workshop of the Budget Committee. Colleagues, before we start, I would just like to check if we are online because we are doing the hybrid committee system today, of which I'm very excited. It's my first one that I will be chairing. So, colleagues, I'm also going to ask that you just bear with me, please, while I also go through the ropes with this for the first time. If our procedural officer can just confirm these for us.
I just want to see if it's live.
Okay. I will be taking my mask off because we have the screens in front of us and we do have social distancing. Colleagues, first I would like to table some apologies. I've received apologies from Honorable Allen. He indicated that he will be joining us online instead of in person. I've received also from Honorable Syed and from Honorable Heron for today apologies. Further, colleagues, you will notice that on the program that we only have the FFC, the Gender Commission, and the WCPP budget, the research department. The reason we don't have the national and provincial treasuries with us today is because they have tabled apologies due to the MTBPS engagements that they have, in particularly the technical budget engagements, the medium-term budget policy commitment engagements, and the PGMTEC1 engagements that are coming up. I've also received apologies from the Western Cape NCOP delegates. We invited them, but unfortunately they are unable to join us today. I will first ask that the members currently with us physically introduce themselves, and then what I'll do is I'll ask that the members online introduce themselves. And then afterwards, I will ask for the various institutions that are joining us today to ask that the lead person just introduce their delegation. As we not only have persons presenting from other institutions outside of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, but there are institutions who indicated that they would like to be here online or otherwise simply because they are interested in the topic matter for today. Colleagues present in the chamber, you're welcome to introduce yourselves. I'm Deirdre Bartman, Chair of the Budget Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson. Ricardo Mackenzie.
Good morning, Chair and others. Lorraine Botha.
Good morning, everyone. Matlhodi Maseko.
Thank you. If the colleagues joining us online on the MS Team platform could introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, Chairperson Ferlin Christians.
Thank you, Member Christian.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Mireille Wenger.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. It's Member Makamba Potja.
Morning, Member.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair.
I think I heard Honourable America and Honourable Winvogel there simultaneous.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning. I think I heard Honourable Allen and Honourable van der Westhuizen there simultaneously as well. Anyone else?
Good morning. Morning, Chair. Yes.
Morning,
Morning. I hear Honourable Verlander.
Yes, morning, thank you, Chair. Lulama Mvimbi.
Morning, Honourable Mvimbi.
Good morning, Chairperson Kilian Bosman.
Morning, Honourable Bosman.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. I think I heard Honourable Mitchell and Kama at the same time there. Okay.
Good morning,
no
Chair.
one else, thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Honourable Smith.
Morning, Honourable Smith. Thank you so much. I think those are all the members.
Morning, Chair.
Honourable Barnes. Morning, Honourable Barnes. Sorry, I didn't hear you there. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair. Here.
Morning, Honourable Kaiho. Wonderful. Are there any other members that I've missed? Okay. Colleagues, so the program for today, we will be starting with the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and then we will have a comfort break after that presentation, We will then have the Gender Commission, which will which will present on budgeting with gender sensitivity. We will then have another break, and we will then have the budget research session by the WCPP Research Office. If I could just ask that the FFC's lead presenter just introduce themselves and or the delegation with them. Professor Plaatjes, are you online?
Yes, yes, I am, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning. I've got with me Sasa Peters and Chen Cheng and Christine, and also Dr. Kululu Ngube. That's definitely not from my house. I don't have smoke it.
No problem. Thank you, Professor Plaatjes. We all are very flexible with our meetings during these very strange and new times during COVID. Is the Commission on Gender Equality with us online?
Yeah, we are here. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. My name is Ntabiseng Muliko, Commissioner for the Commission of Gender Equality. I'm here with Spolile Ngobo, and I'm also here with Leonard Mkagati. We're going to be sharing our inputs at a later stage after FFC. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Office, are you with us online?
Good morning, Chairperson, members, and colleagues. My name is Ridwan. I'm with the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Services. With me is Lisa, our researchers, 3 researchers, Lisa, Natasha, and Awangiwe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that the Parliamentary Budget Office is also joining us today as observers. If they could just introduce themselves, please.
Good morning, Chairperson and all members. This is Dumisani Jankis from Parliamentary Budget Office. I'm with my colleagues who will keep joining because we've got multiple meetings taking place, so we'll interchange. We'll be available to comment and give input when required. Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. You are very important stakeholders within the budgeting processes within our country and our provinces. I do know that the Western Cape Gender Forum and SALGA have also indicated that they will be present today. If they could just introduce themselves, please. Is there anyone from the Western Cape Gender Forum or SALGA online? Okay. If not, perhaps they will be joining us later. Okay. Colleagues, we're going to go through the general system of how we have committee meetings, even though this is in fact a workshop. What I'll do is the respective presenter will present, and then I'll allow for questions and answers afterwards as usual. Please use the raise your hand function if you're online, or you can use your hand if you are in the sitting physically. Again, I just ask that you bear with me while I do this for the first time. Thank you. Professor Plaatjes, you may jump right into the presentation.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and honourable members. I would just like to raise 2 issues. One is that I'm caught between 2 meetings. I just came from the parliamentary planning session meeting where we're still going to do a presentation. I've asked the deputy speaker to excuse me to come over just to partly introduce and sit in for a short while. I'll come back, especially when close to when I think you're going to ask questions, to be able to be part of the question and answer session. That's the first thing. So if I leave, please note I'm going to come back, and it's unfortunate that these things are clashing with each other. The second is that Sasa Peters and Sen Cheng is going to take you through the presentation. So with your permission, I'll hand over immediately to the two of them. Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee and other colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Plaatjes. So the title of our presentation this morning is Understanding the Financial and Fiscal Commission's Constitutional Mandate in relation to provincial legislatures. And sorry, I'm just trying to, okay. And I'll be sharing as mentioned, I'll be sharing the presentation with my colleague Chen. And the aim of the presentation is basically to describe how the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the FFC's mandate, relates to provincial legislatures. So essentially, we look at how the Commission and legislatures should interface and work with each other. And we also highlight some of the challenges we encounter in executing our mandate. Reason these slides are not okay, there we go. So just to start off with the role and function of the FFC, the Commission was established in 1994 and derives its mandate directly from the Constitution, specifically Section 220 of the Constitution. And the Commission must function in terms of the Financial and Fiscal Commissions Act and other relevant legislation, such as, for example, the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations or IGFR Act. In essence, the Commission is an independent and impartial advisory institution and government's primary advisor with regard to intergovernmental fiscal relations. So how the spheres interact with each other. And the work of the Commission focuses primarily on the equitable division of nationally raised revenue amongst the three spheres of government. So how nationally raised revenue is divided amongst national, provincial and local government. And we also focus on any other financial or fiscal matter. And any other financial and fiscal matter can include, for example, legislative provisions or decisions that have either a financial or fiscal impact on provinces or municipalities. And this can include, for example, changes to provincial taxes or to municipal fiscal powers and functions. It also encompasses regulations emanating from such legislations and which have a financial or fiscal bearing on subnational governments. Now, when such legislation or regulations are established, the Commission must, in terms of the FFC Act, be consulted. The main stakeholders of the Commission are Parliament, provincial legislatures, organised local government, and any other organ of state. So essentially, the Commission fulfills the need for an impartial and independent institution that ensures that the intergovernmental fiscal relations system is based on equity and that fiscal flows are based on sensible, reasonable, objective and quantifiable criteria. If we move to slide 4. In terms of structure, the Commission is made up of 9 commissioners, and all commissioners are appointed by the President for a term of 5 years. And of the 9 commissioners, 4 of the 9 are national nominees, and these include the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and 2 other persons appointed by the President. Then 3 of the 9 commissioners and provincial nominees are appointed by the President from a list of nominations compiled by the premiers of the 9 provinces. Finally, the remaining 2 commissioners are appointed by the President from a list of nominations compiled by Organised Local Government or SALGA. And whilst the 9 commissioners are nominated through the different spheres, so via national, provincial and local government, once they are appointed as commissioners, they cease to represent the nominators, but are expected to act independently and impartially with the broader health and functioning of the IGFR system in mind. Then through the role of the FFC in influencing policy, through its various activities, the Commission plays a role in influencing policy. How does it do this? Well, for example, the FFC identifies weaknesses within the intergovernmental fiscal relations system. And in the Commission's most recent research and recommendations submission tabled in July 2020, the Commission, for example, identified various aspects of the IGFR architecture that hinder the delivery of concurrent social services. That's just one recent example. But through our research and the recommendations that we make, we do have an influence on the development of policy. Also to point out that the Commission's work and proposals are evidence-based, which means that data and information is used to derive facts and inform our positions, including our policy proposals. And apart from analyzing data and information, one key component of the work that we do is cooperating or working with government. And to this end, the Financial and Fiscal Commission interacts and participates in various intergovernmental fiscal relations fora. And 2 of the key ones include the Budget Council and Budget Fora, which we attend through our chairperson. Then also through the dissemination of our research and recommendations, we influence policy, since our work relates not only to the division of revenue and resource allocations, but also the policies that underlie these things. Then finally, we interact with various committees in Parliament, and the main ones are the standing and select committees of appropriations and finance, but we also interact with various portfolio committees. And this is especially around the time when these committees are busy compiling their budget review and recommendations reports. And this process provides another avenue through which we are able to disseminate our recommendations and thus be able to potentially influence policy. So as one of the important institutions in the intergovernmental fiscal relations system, the Commission is involved in the budget process, and the next 2 slides outline that role. And the Commission's role in the budget process is identified in the Constitution in Section 221 of the Constitution, as well as in the Money Bills Procedure and Related Matters Act. And there are about 7 outputs or reports that the Commission produces in relation to the budget process. Firstly, we produce the annual submission on the division of revenue, and this report is tabled with Parliament 10 months before the tabling of the annual budget by the Minister of Finance. And this submission contains the compilation of our research conducted for a particular year and under a selected theme. And Chair and members may recall that we presented to you our findings on the annual submission for the 2021-22 Division of Revenue on the 28th of August. So we present our research findings and recommendations to Parliament, as well as all 9 provincial legislatures and organised local government. We then have 3 reports relating to the Division of Revenue Bill and its different annexures. So the first one in this under this category is our submission on the Division of Revenue Bill. And this is essentially the FFC's response to the budget tabled by the Minister of Finance in February each year. Then, alongside our response to the Division of Revenue Bill, we also present to Parliament our views and response on the fiscal framework and revenue proposals contained as part of the Division of Revenue Bill, and the Appropriation Bill, which details the allocations to the various national departments. Let's get to the next slide. The next important report or submission we make is around October, when we present the Commission's views on the medium-term budget policy statement, what we'll be doing later in this month. And here we comment on government's intended plans for the coming medium-term expenditure framework.
Ms. Peters, apologies for interrupting you. I just think, yes, sorry, there we go. I just wanted to make sure we're on the correct slide. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry about that. There's a bit of a delay when I'm pressing and once it's showing. Okay, so as I mentioned, around October, we present the Commission's views on the medium-term budget policy statement. I mentioned the Appropriation Bill. And then, as with all government departments or entities, the FFC also needs to submit an annual report each year, which details our financial and non-financial performance. And then we also compile what we refer to as special reports or reports at the request by organs of state. So any organ of state can come to us with any financial, fiscal matter and request us to look into it. So those are what we refer to as special reports. So those are the 7 or so ways in which we are involved in the budget process and where we produce particular submissions. Okay. So before we get into the details of how we interact with the executive and legislative branches and how we think that can be improved, this slide just provides a summary of the direct and indirect support and interventions provided to our stakeholders. So in terms of the direct support and interventions, it includes training, advice to committees and municipalities, as well as the inputs we make in the different fora we sit on. So, for example, this interaction could be considered a more direct intervention. In terms of the indirect measures, much of this has to do with the advice and recommendations that emerge from our research, such as the annual submission documents and the inputs we make as we participate in different review committees and benchmark exercises. Chair, with your permission, I'll hand over to Chen Tseng, who will now take us through to the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Sasha. Apologies, Chair, honourable members. I saw that someone just took over the the sharing of slides. May I put my slides back up?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
I also noticed that.
No reason. All right, just very quickly, just to give a more illustrative sort of presentation or demonstration of the relationship that we have. So basically, if you see it, it's basically two-pronged. From the FFC recommendations, one side goes to the legislative, right, the political level, if you like. Just be frank about it. And then the other side, the technical meetings. We do attend the Technical Budget Committee, Technical Budget Forum, and then also it's sometimes if we are able in terms of capacity, we also extend as far as the TCFs, because that is where some of the basically the budget recommendations and technical, where you can almost see the numbers, as we say, at the TCF level. So that is basically the relationship that we initiate in terms of trying and influence and follow the budget process from the beginning, from the political origin of it, all the way to the numbers, to the money, and then into the bill for ascension. And then in terms of our interface with the executive branch, obviously here, or just to give some examples, is that we obviously provide these recommendations, but remember that the recommendations goes to the Parliament and the legislatures, to you, right? Not exactly to the department per se. However, the departments are welcome to provide, obviously through this relationship or through the ministers and the executive branch, they respond to those recommendations at the technical level, as well as in terms of the numbers and so on. So that is why we'll see that most of the responses, actually the responses will come via what we call the W1 annexure in the budget review document. That is that document that National Treasury publishes every year, and that it's at the back where they will have a section there, responses to the FFC recommendations. And right after that, you also find what is the title for the W1 annexure is actually the explanatory memorandum on the division of revenue. You will also find, in that vein, that you will also find the same annexure for the division of revenue bill, because essentially it is where all the sort of the decisions, the policy stance, fiscal and financial, is emanated and or articulated into number and as a legal document for execution. And these are just to re-emphasize the points that I made earlier, is that we report to you as to the legislature part, the branch, right, of government, to the Parliament. We do not directly report to a department such as the other public entities that may be is of more common stature. Now, in terms of the recommendations, just to be clear, we say your recommendations are not binding, right? And that is not binding in the sense that obviously the department can respond, as well as the recommendations addressed to you, the Parliament and provincial legislatures. And it's not saying that you must, right? It's our recommendations, but what would help, and later on at the end I'll summarize it in a few points, is that ultimately the recommendations are to be considered as per the Constitution. And with that, the response is necessary, right? So we can say that, yes, these recommendations are not, say, accepted, but the response as to why they are not accepted is by constitutional mandate that it needs to be responded to. Now, this is something that has been in long struggles, right? Because sometimes perhaps it's in the process, or sometimes the department obviously wouldn't like very much in terms of all the recommendations that we make. But sometimes it's that response part that is required, and that is sometimes not fulfilled. Now, as putting into a real example, and in terms of challenges, is that our recommendations is, as I said, there's no clear feedback from the executive. But remember, when I said the executive, it's not exactly the main goal, right? It's actually through the standing committees of finance and appropriations through the legislative branch, and through essentially members of parliament, right, or members, politicians, and provinces, except for memorandum accompanying the DRR bill, that is Annexure Y. There's no feedback, right? So there's also no feedback to legislatures by government. We would like to emphasize that point, because apart from the fact that it's not like a binary way of communicate, binary channel, right? It's actually a three-way kind of channel here. You have the executive branch, you have the legislative, which is you, and then us, the constitutional structure. And so there's supposed to be a three-way channel, and with three-way channel, that means that there needs to be that bilateral, if you can call it that, right, between the executive, between us, and then the executive to you, and then the executive, and then you between us. So it's really a triangle situation here, not so much that we are on the one side and then you're on the other side. And then later on, I'll again emphasize just with that point, because with that understanding, this triangle kind of communication and channel is that ultimately the impact of our recommendations that we table to the Parliament, ultimately it's a shared impact. It's through our shared existence. In other words, it would mean no impact if we put through to you the recommendations and then you ignore it, and or if you don't pursue it as the legislature, as the members of Parliament, and who do you pursue it with? Well, we are obviously to inform you, but the impact is derived from the fact that both of the recommendations that we make and through you to the executive branch. See, so and then that you, I hope that perhaps we'll agree on the fact that between the legislature and the department, there isn't much, or shall we say, there aren't much enough discussions involved in terms of pursuing some of the recommendations that we make. Anyway, so that's the general issue, to put it broadly. And then it's that we also like to emphasize here in terms of other challenges is that we are not Treasury, right? We actually are, if one may say so, as per the Constitution, it's actually meant to be like a counterbalance to the executive branch, the Department of Financial and Fiscal Matters. It's so essentially, if I may bring it into stark contrast. So with National Treasury, and the Provincial Treasury, you obviously have the MTEC process for every single vote in the province. We actually, first is that we don't, at the moment, don't do that. But secondly, also is that we should, right? We should have another independent process to review and to look at and to advise you on what is going on there in terms of the MTEC process, which is between the Treasury and the legislature. So this, I mean, there will obviously be some kind of tension, but ultimately our job is not to create tension, or it's actually to try and advise you and then to inform you, because sometimes some of the information and the details might be omitted in those engagements from the executive. And it's not through intentional omission, it's just the mere fact that some of these issues are quite weighty, right? I mean, equitable share is billions and billions of rands to the province, and the formula has got, almost 10 components, and each of them have subcomponents, and not to mention the conditional grants for the provincial sphere. And then let's not even forget at the bottom there, you have municipalities, both urban, rural, the different levels, the B1, 2s, and so on, municipalities in the districts. So cutting across all of them, our function as the FFC to you, and our obligation to you by the Constitution is ultimately is that we advise you in understanding and to look into those conversations and those policy execution at the executive branch. So just to conclude is that key point, right? We advise you and we are accountable to you, and that our work actually is shared, in that the impacts of our work is shared with you. So that is at the end of the presentation. If I may, I just want to share, just to name it, a few of the going back into what are our constitutional mandates. And I think that we have talked to, obviously, national parliaments on finance and the finance and appropriations committees. But I think it's always helpful to go back to the Constitution. And if I may, advise is that the members of parliament and this legislature, and this parliament, is that the best way to go about it is to just pull up a PDF version of the Constitution and search for the word for word, Financial and Fiscal Commission, and you will see all the sections in there that our recommendations must be considered. And I mean must, it's not, it's actually taken also straight from the Constitution, where it says that the legislations referred to those sections may be enacted only after, right? After our recommendations have been considered. Now, the relevant sections in specific, and then you can test me on it, is in the Constitution. Well, the section 214, it is the equitable share and allocation of revenue, but the second one is where I think all of us can really focus our attention on, is the section 218 on government guarantees. That on government guarantees, our recommendations is supposed to have been considered before those guarantees go out to state-owned enterprises. Now that is for sure, right? Something that that has been rather missed before. And then also the other, in terms of provincial taxes, section 228, 229 on the municipal fiscal powers and functions, and then on the loan parts, what money can spheres of government can raise in their own powers, right? So you see that ultimately that our impact, again, it's just to re-emphasize that point, it's really through the shared existence and shared mandate of oversight and informing that oversight of the financial and fiscal matters with the legislatures and the parliament. Now, so ultimately, to put it really simple, is that if the legislature does not know or understand, for example, the equitable share formula, and the executive intentionally or unintentionally omits certain details, we need to alert you on it, right? But if we don't come to it, you can also summon us, right? By pursuing those issues and asking questions to brief you, as it were, and mandated by the Constitution. So a couple of things, just to also inform this Parliament that the other legislatures have perhaps on their ledger to do, is that, for example, the Eastern Cape recently is considering the same consultative process as the national parliament, but on their provincial money bills. So this can be seen as that response or counterbalance again to the MTEC process of the Treasury. So that is something perhaps this Parliament can also consider in summoning us, and then we not just look at the national budgets, which we do anyway to the national Parliament, but also to the provincial money, to the provincial budgets, and then deciphering some of those vexing issues in terms of policy alignment, policy coordination, and essentially, and when we talk policy, nothing can be done without money. So with that in mind, I want to leave the message that our mandates in terms of financial and fiscal matters, it doesn't stop at and as many people kind of sometimes mistake it to be, it doesn't stop at the division of revenue, because it impacts appropriation, right? And also, it doesn't just stop at policies, and it doesn't just stop at that sort of either or together, division of revenue and appropriations, because ultimately it all comes from one pot of money. And then with the fact that no policy can be implemented without money, it ultimately means that when we consider these things, it really all must come together in that way. And then with your help, we can pursue it even harder on making sure that the financial and fiscal system of our country is efficient and effective, as opposed to, I think we are in a bit of a slump in terms of public sector productivity and the fiscal productivity of our system. Thank you, Chair. I end there.
Thank you, Mrs. Singh. And I just want to ask if we can put up, we got an extra slide with the constitutional sections that we received. And I don't know if you have that slide electronically. If we can just put that up. Mr. Singh talked to that slide, and I just would like everyone to see those particular sections of the Constitution. Okay, if we can just get that up quickly.
Let me pull that up. Sorry. Just give me a second here. Right, this is it. Yes, Chair. So here all I have listed all the sections where in the Constitution is relevant, and if you look into the Constitution, you will see this at the bottom, the reference made in all legislations refer in these sections may be enacted only after underlined any recommendations of the FFC have been considered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you so much for the presentation. Colleagues, are there any questions for the FFC? I'm going to just ask that the procedural officer assists me also with the hybrid system to check. I see Honourable Marais' hand. Is that the only hand? Okay, I'm just quickly checking with the procedural officer. Just see the participants on the side so that I can see if there's more than one hand. Okay, colleagues, while we just sort out the technical details of being able to see the participants on the side, I will take the first hand that I did see, which is Honourable Marais in the meantime. Honourable Marais.
Thank you so much. I'm very concerned, having listened to the report. I'm concerned that the legislation is becoming lame ducks in this country. And so are all these commissions. We have a very authoritarian executive that run roughshod over powers given to bodies like the Fiscal Commission and even legislators. They are browbeaten. We're too scared of the executive, although we are equal sphere of government to the executive. Because having learned, I have to ask if the national executive and the treasury and national parliament ignores recommendations and by the FFC and don't give adequate feedback, how relevant has these commissions become? We need them desperately. We need their advice. We need the research based on fact, proposals in terms of evidence-based policy decisions. But what I heard now is that they don't even get feedback. We have a runaway executive who think they are the state. They're not the state. And I appreciate this presentation question. Have you ever taken into account migration between provinces, where thousands of people move from one province to another, but that province get the money for those migrators? Their budget and their allocation is based exactly on the number of people and the infrastructure in that province. So now people move 1 million or so, move to another province. Now, what happens to the money already allocated to that province? They should then show that they have unspent money or that they have a balance there on their revenue account. Should that not then be transferred to the provinces to which they migrated? Have that been discussed? Any recommendations in that regard? Or can we end up that one province who perhaps had 5 million people, lost 2 million over the MTF period, but still get money in terms of the equity principle for the full 5 million. Has that been addressed? I'm very concerned. We have an executive at national level that is a power in its own right. They challenge not only the legislations in other provinces, they even challenge the legal fraternity of the court. And this is a danger sign.
Thank you, Honourable Marie. I'm informed that Honourable Mvimbi and Honourable van der Westhuizen also have their hands up, so I'll take Honourable Mvimbi's question now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just have one small simple question, Honorable Chair, is on the issue of equitable shares and allocations of revenue, specifically with equitable shares as is indicated on this slide. I would just want to check whether does the Commission sometimes get recommendations or input from various provinces and also even local government for that matter on the allocation of equitable shares and also on the formula, because I know that's always historically something that is always a problem every time we have to look on the Division of Revenue Act and also on the allocation to various provinces and even sometimes to municipalities. The issue of equitable shares has been a problem. I want to check whether does the Commission sometimes receive those recommendations or reports or advice actually or input from the provincial governments or from local government or organized local government for that matter, and maybe are there any consideration that are being given from those inputs? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mvimbi. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you very much to the presenters for the presentation. I've got two questions. The first one is that there seems to be quite a strong body of people arguing that South Africa is not spending its money in the best interests of the country, and that a lot of the money has been squandered, and that a lot of the money is being spent on items where, if you compare this country to other countries, where you would have insisted on greater efficiency. So my first question is, to what extent do you find that your recommendations are being taken into account? And to what extent are you being frustrated by saying we're doing all this work, yet we see very little response? And I think you referred to that you get very little feedback on your inputs. The second question is to please tell us to what extent are your recommendations influenced by factors such as what I would like to call financial responsibility of entities and the historic spending patterns, whether those entities, be it at local government or provincial government, whether they spend their money, wisely and prudently. And when I speak about financial responsibility, it is my impression that some entities say, well, Treasury must come and provide. We have got the right to also, charge for our services, be it in the public health sector, be it in some of the roads and transport infrastructure, but no, and with municipalities, sending out accounts in time and so on. But it's much easier if we get bailed out. So we don't do, we don't walk the difficult road. We will write off debt. We will not send out accounts some months, etc., because eventually we will be bailed out. So if the presenters could just help me to give us their views on this attitude that I believe I've picked up in some entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. I'm just going to quickly check if there are any other hands. If none, and if there are none in the chamber, Honorable Maseko, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a quick one. I just want to find out and bear with me. The Financial and Fiscal Commission makes the recommendations. So as they make the recommendation, do they also consider the issue of the population statistics for the equitable share? And if that's the case, do they use from the statistics department, or do they have a mechanism where they can recommend based on the population, as there is a movement of the population within the provinces? Is there a time where they can make a recommendation based on the statistics of, let's make an example of the kids as they move from one province to another province to go to the education? Does that the money follows the population as they move within the provinces? The same applies into health also, as there are some population from other provinces that they will go to another province and say they're going to get the medication. Do sometimes they make recommendations that is based on issues like that? And if that's the case, has ever been a time where the department or the government have refused to consider that recommendation to implement as they do their budget within the government? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. As I see no other hands, I'll just quickly add mine as well. On slide 4 of the presentation, it indicated that the provincial nominees of the FFC, that provinces are consulted, but I just want to find out if you could just give us more details. Are those provincial nominees appointed by the Premier? Is the Premier consulted? How does that particular process work? On slide 7, you indicated, quote, any other special reports at own initiative or request by organ of state, quote, close. So I just wanted to find out if the Budget Committee of the Western Cape, for example, had to ask for help or advice or recommendations, would that be within your mandate that now you have to create the report, or can you say no to us, for example? Is it the Western Cape Parliament as a whole that has to request the report? And if so, what legal status does such reports hold? Is it binding on us? Do we have to then consider the reports? Do we have to implement those? And then on slide 10, you wrote in bold, and presumably input from national departments. Now that sentence relates to getting input from provinces, but it's strange to me for you to put it in bold that presumably Treasury gets input from national departments. I just want to understand, what do you mean there specifically? And then slide 12, you indicated and highlighted again that the recommendations of the FFC is not binding. However, quote, requires Parliament to consider the recommendations. And I would just like to understand, how do the FFC interpret the wording consider? Are we supposed to go through each recommendation and then indicate to you we agree or disagree and the reasons? Are we supposed to deal with it like an annual report where we go page by page or chapter by chapter, for example? How does the practical implementation of that work? And then finally, on the separate page dealing with the constitutional sections that the FFC make recommendations on and which you deal with on a general basis, part of the mandate includes section 230 dealing with provincial and municipal loans. And I would just like to find out, and this is probably related to my previous question on, would we as a parliament be able to ask for advice? And as a budget committee, can we ask for advice? Does this mean that on provincial and municipal loans, we can also ask for advice or reports and then you come and present on those? Because I'm not too sure how that practical implementation of the advice works as well. And then I think my equitable share questions have been posed already by the previous members. Mr. Singh and Ms. Peters, I'm not sure if Professor Plaik is back yet, but I'm going to assume that you will assign the questions between yourselves from that we received from the different members. Thank you.
Chairperson, hello, just for the record, I'm back. Hello.
Professor Plaatjes, will you be taking the questions?
I will
assigning
take,
them?
Chair, I will take the questions, but I don't know where it started. I just came in when the equitable share questions were raised, and now I will respond from there. But I think it's just fair that other questions that were raised before the honourable members spoke on the equitable share, I had 3 members speaking, including yourself. I would suggest that they first take it from the top, and then I'll come in when we get to the equitable share questions, if you don't mind.
No problem, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think just starting with Honourable Marais, part of his question, and just to indicate that our recommendations are responded to. So I think Chen mentioned the National Treasury on behalf of government does provide a response to our recommendations, and that is contained in Annexure W1, that is an annexure of the budget review. But the Treasury only currently responds to recommendations that are directly or indirectly related to the division of revenue. So there are a number of recommendations which are important from a policy perspective and which have a bearing on the division of revenue, but which do not get responded to. And we are still trying to find a good enough process whereby we get responses to those recommendations. The ones that the National Treasury does respond to, sometimes what we find is that those responses are not very detailed, and where they are accepted, where the Treasury accepts our recommendations or agrees with them, they lack time frames and sort of tangible sort of plans of action as to how they will be implemented. And we do think that here committees of parliament and legislatures can play a role here in terms of also questioning where recommendations have been accepted, what is the progress with the implementation. I think on Honourable Mvumbi, do we get inputs from municipalities and provinces regarding the equitable share? And yes, we always do get those. And just with this, as I mentioned, we present our annual submission to all provincial legislatures. And in this round of provincial meetings that we've done, in almost every meeting, you know, this issue of the shortcomings of the PES has been raised, and where we can, we look at these issues through our research projects, and where we can and where we agree, we raise them through the appropriate fora that we participate in. Chen, I don't know if you'd like to come in.
Thanks.
Is that Chair me or Chair Plaatjes?
Oh, sorry, Chair. Chen Singh.
Thank you, Chair, and Sasha. So, in addressing, I think some of these issues, I think best way, if I may cut it, is for you to take the almost by accident, right, this migration issue. On a technical level, if I may, and statistically, what has been happening is that the migration component, or if you say the factor of migration, is actually, from a statistical point of view, already incorporated in the mid-year population estimates. Now, now that is from a statistical point of view and an economist point of view, that number-wise is already incorporated into the mid-year population estimate, which the provincial equitable share formula takes into, obviously, the members know, that into account on a broad range of components. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't an issue there. And this is which comes to the second point of my of this cutting, is that which is and at the end of it, we should all ask ourselves, is that why haven't we heard enough of this? I'd like to put on the table the issue about phase in. Because what's been happening is that, fine, the data has already been updated and then put into divisional revenue bill in terms of the division of revenue. However, there's this phase in which delays the impact of that update. And when I say delay, it's not just delay for, well, okay, fine, we'll get to it in 3 years' time. But the fact is that because the formula is updated and the data is updated every year, the delay is 3 years, and another 3, and the next year will be another 3 years, you see. So it's a rolling delay. Now, so this issue about migration, which obviously, and understand, being following the discussions around provinces as being the heated topic here, but actually it is in some ways the wrong focus to have, right? To be focusing on, because ultimately what you have is a system that delays this through the phasing mechanism, delaying this impact. Right, and then whilst you are debating about, or while we are debating about how the data was maybe isn't accurate and so on and so forth, you see, so there is a bit of a misdirection sometimes, in my view, that your system has got its own inherent structural issues in the formula, and actually not even part of the formula, right? Because the formula is calculated, but the delay phasing impacts, as if you look into the National Treasury's budget review, it says it's after all of that, then you implement the delay, the phasing. So what I think here needs to happen is that for taking this migration issue and in terms of the equitable share formula, and the data and so forth, is that we should take this then to not challenge, but certainly question how the treasuries, meaning both national and provincial, and the MEC and so on, of Budget Council essentially, right? How they interpret this and how they see it, and whether they have an answer as to why we are okay with the phasing, and if we are okay with this phasing, right? This rolling phasing. Ultimately, about that phasing, I think it's to put it simply, is that you will never get to the full impact of your migration, right? You are not going to ever get to the full impact because it's always delayed and a delay and then a delay. So that is the equitable should. Using that as an example to explain the dynamics of this division of revenue, and on the topic of this cross division. And then with that, I also like to emphasize is that when we come to equitable share, we tend to focus too much on the horizontal cut. Meaning, okay, what is Western Cape Gate, what is Eastern Cape Gate, and then what is Limpopo Gate? We haven't thought enough, I think, about the size of the pie. And well, National Treasury, in obviously, and earlier you heard Sasha said that in their response, Treasury's response in terms of they only respond to certain things of the directly or indirectly related to the division of revenue bill. But ultimately, the size of the pie also matters, because if today we are splitting 100 Rand versus now suddenly we need to split 50 Rand, really, that impact is so devastating. I mean, the whole division, horizontal division, actually makes a little difference. I mean, or the vertical, actually. Ultimately, it's the size of the pie also is of significance here, and it's where also I think legislatures and also Parliament actually hasn't focused enough on. And that has got to do with, Treasury will call it the fiscal framework. But fiscal framework and division revenue and appropriations are indivisible. You can't separate these topics because everything needs money. And then together with that, if I may quickly move on to the issue around entity spending. And the others in terms of the binding and the question about what does it mean when it must be considered? What's the recommendation? Does it mean response and so on? I think the best example, which our chairperson of the FFC must have said it before, is that Zondo Commission once asked, right, on the issue, I think it was about SAA, state capture inquiry, said, why was FFC consulted? Now, and then that is when the whole on response to that question. First is the meaning of that question, and then second is that the response to that question was also a bit uncomfortable, because ultimately, at times, right, Treasury will say, "No, we've responded to it. We have consulted them." But in actual fact, if we want to really go dig into the paperworks, not really. But how do we fix that? If we want to fix that part of the system, fiscal system, how do we fix that? It's through that, again, that shared power, the shared impact by the legislatures, the parliaments pursuing such the issues, and then also we advise on the technical aspects, but also certain aspects of the system that needs to be changed. With that, I hand over to our chairperson.
Thank you. Chair and honourable members, I think the main point that I would like to make, which you have to going forward, I argue consistent about the equitable share, because you will always have equitable share. It's got to do with how much do we give to municipalities as a whole, to provinces as a whole, relative to their mandates, functions, and responsibilities. That's the first set of issues. Related to it is that you will always have an equitable given levels of poverty, institutional health, disease pattern, and important issues that in equitable share allocation. So, like Shane has explained, the stats, we use Stats South Africa, not we, because we've been involved in it in the beginning, but the Treasury applies that across the board. And the Treasury applies it with your Treasury, because sometimes we just look up north and we don't look exactly what's happening in the province. And I'm saying this to you because I promise the chairperson will be frank, because you call it a workshop. Your provincial treasury is involved in discussions with all the other 8 treasuries, with National Treasury, and it's called a Technical Committee on Finance, which is the Treasury, heads of treasuries, or the National Treasury. Our officials attend that, and also your officials attend that. And then there's the Budget Council, which deals with provinces, and the Budget Forum, which deals with municipalities, which comprises the elected MECs or executive mayors, depending whether you're dealing with municipalities, that sits in those forums and are part of those policy process, fiscal policy, expenditure trends, and also priority identification where spending needs to go. The classic issue that you'll find consistently, the classic issue that you will have to address going forward is, what is the cost of delivering public goods and services to the citizens of the Western Cape, given we talk about the Western Cape. So there's a need to be able to get your treasury to be able to say to you, what is the input cost? When it comes to education, when it comes to health, and so on and so forth. What is the throughput issues there? What's the output issues there? To be able to determine exactly what is the costing and pricing that needs to be done based on determining the cost drivers. Now, obviously, that gets compounded by poverty and the demographics of the country and the demographic patterns of the province. So if you know what's the cost and price of the services to be delivered, because nobody has done it, you will then be able to juxtapose that with the equitable share allocation. Now, the other thing that we must understand is the equitable allocation gets the further cut of it, or distribution of the allocation gets done within the province. So based on equitable share allocation, National will say to you, this is your money as a province. And in the province, sorry, based on provincial priority, the provincial executive, because it's a political responsibility, the provincial executive then work out how the funds need to be cut across the different functional areas. And the only way that you will know where there's shortfalls is to be able to know what's the exact cost of the price. Every province, I can tell you now, no uncertain terms, every province, every municipality, every department, every sector will tell you they're underfunded. But if you ask them whether they've costed and priced their services, they're unable to tell you. A classic example is cheaper to deliver services in Cape Town relative to deliver services in Beaufort West or in the Karoo. I don't know whether it's the same place. Beaufort West. Anyway, in the different regions of the Western Cape. It's also more expensive to deliver services in some of the low socioeconomic areas of the Western Cape. So those type of issues need to be looked at. And it determines exactly how you then engage with this. On the management of the SOE finances, I want to state in no uncertain terms, I don't think any one of us really know what is going on in SOEs. I mean, I would be surprised if the SOEs and the boards themselves know exactly what is the financing questions about SOEs. Because if you ask them, what is the asset value of Eskom or Transnet or a range of SOEs at national level relative to those SOEs that you'll find in many of the provinces, including those provinces, you ask them what's the asset value of your SOEs, they're unable to tell. Let alone being able to deal with the financial pressures of either from debt repayment to borrowing to interest to delivering services on the one hand in terms of the developmental mandate of those SOEs relative to the surplus and income generating finances of those SOEs. It's a difficult one. I chaired the National Cabinet's committee task team on Eskom and municipal debt, and even the people in the treasuries, national treasuries and provincial treasuries. They don't know what's the financials of Eskom. Truth be told, it's layer upon layer. And at the end, I had to say to people, I don't think any one of us we are none the wiser after Eskom has spoken to, but let's concentrate on a particular municipality when it comes to Eskom. So on the finances of the SOEs, I think I don't even want to say the jury's still out on the matter. The issue is that as the public, we don't get it. As the public institutions, state institutions, we don't understand what's going on in there. That's why the unbundling of these institutions in a one way, in the interest of the public, would give us probably better information. I won't be surprised if the banks know more and the loan financial institutions know more what's going on in Eskom relative to the cross-cutting collateral impact it will have if there are debt defaults on debt repayment. So I cannot say to agree or disagree with the honourable member who indicated that, who indicated that people are waiting for bailouts. I think the problem is not about the bailout, the problem is about consequence. The problem is about public accountability and good governance in these SOEs and the consequential issues around it and the cost of debt, loans, interest, those agreements. We don't even know those agreements, so that's why we can't talk about those finances. You ask for it, then the storyline is that we can't give the information because of competition in the sector. I find it hard because simple economics, if you have a monopoly, how can there be competition? And what is that competition? So there's lots of wag the dog when it comes to the internal finances and what gets told, what you get told. It's the same, dealing with parliament and legislatures. It's always like your agent continuously knows more than you as the principal. It's a classic principal-agent relationship where these institutions know more than those that must take public and political accountability for its functions. On the impact of our recommendations, since I've been the chair
Professor
of
Plaatjes,
yes, ma'am.
we are running a little bit over time, and I realize you are now with the questions that I have asked. Instead of answering all of my questions that were last, you can maybe just focus on the role of the recommendations and how, if we as a Western Cape or a committee can ask for advice and what legal status such advice or reports may have. And then perhaps then my other questions that I asked, you can perhaps submit in writing. Even though we're running over time, we will still be engaging with your commission in future engagements as well. So it isn't a sprint, it is a marathon at least. Thanks.
All right, I think the other questions are all interlinked. On the impact of our recommendations, I think what we would say to you is that if you agree with our recommendations, then you need to address them directly with your provincial treasury. That's a simple thing. And let the treasury doesn't find its own way of putting your views across to the national treasury based on our recommendations. We raised the thing about the nominees very quickly. The provincial executive, especially the premier, makes those recommendations to the president, to the minister of finance, and he then makes the recommendations to the president, who then appoints the commissioners. Since I've been there, I haven't seen any potential person coming from the Western Cape to serve on the commission. I mean, there's been 3 from the Free State, you know, which I can't give a view to because the president on the vice and the minister of finance decide. But there's a key issue that you can actually inquire about. But when they're there, they present to the provinces. On the issue that you just raised, the point is that we make our recommendations. It is it's part of our advisory role. It only take effect when you approve or disapprove of our recommendations and give the reasons why. And that's the way we will deal with it, because we were just fulfilling our legal status to advise you. You need to decide whether the recommendations are accepted. Requesting reports from us, same. It takes on the same status of advisory documents that are tabled to you to empower you to take certain positions. You guys need to decide the legal status of it based on your own protocols within the provincial legislature. I think that covers it. Yes.
Thank you, Professor Plaatjes. And then I'll just request that those that you weren't able to get to, if any, be submitted in writing to us, if possible, please. But thank you so much for the presentation. I will not be taking follow-up questions at the moment. I will ask that the members, if they do have any follow-up questions or new questions, just submit them in writing to the committee, and then perhaps we can just forward that then to the FFC. But I would like to say thank you because this workshop emanates from questions and concerns that committee members have had in terms of understanding particular institutions and their role and how we interconnect. And I do hope that we are able to have more workshops on budget matters like this. And I know some people might think it weird, but I would like to make finance fun again. So members, with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will have the Gender Commission within 10 minutes, and at 12 o'clock, if everyone is satisfied with that. And then we will be dealing with gender-based budgeting. Thank you. With that, we are suspended for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all the honourable members who are here. Good afternoon to colleagues who are here. Good afternoon to...
Sorry, they've asked us to start at 12:10 again. The chairman has requested.
I underestimated time needed for our break. And I think that's also because with our hybrid sittings, we are also some of us used to being at home, sitting at the kitchen table doing our respective meetings. But thank you so much for being patient with us. The meeting will now continue. We will now have the Gender-Based Commission, and they will doing a presentation for us on gender-based budgeting, which is essentially for how to budget with gender sensitivity. And I'm just going to see here quickly. Dr. Moleko, will you be doing the presenting?
She's on mute.
Dr. Moleko, I think you are on mute.
Oh, yes. My response was yes, I'll be presenting together with Xolile Ngcobo, who will also assist because we have quite a bit of time. So we've split the presentation up, but I will explain that.
Thank you so much. And thank you for assisting us by presenting for us today.
Not a problem. Just let me know when I'm on the floor.
You may go ahead, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. Just to say good afternoon to all the honourable members who are here. Good afternoon to colleagues who are here. Good afternoon. I see our chairperson of the commission has also joined us today. To my colleagues who have joined us, the team that is here with me is Xolile Ngcobo, our provincial manager. Leonard is also here with us. He is our education officer. We're also joined by the chairperson of the commission as well, Chairperson Matebula. Thank you so much, Lizette, for guiding us through the session. We will be mindful of time because we have lost quite a bit of time in the previous presentation. So I will rush through my presentation without losing some of the key points. And I will ask Xolile to just take 10 minutes off hers so that we can conclude timelessly. I'll just open the presentation.
Dr. Moleko, apologies for interrupting. If you do not have an engagement after this particular session, then you're welcome to add the time that you have lost, because we do not wish for you to rush through if there are key points that you do wish to highlight to us.
Okay, no, that's fine then. No, I have nothing after this, so excellent, I will do that. My presentation is giving me challenges because it's refusing to open and it keeps taking me to a wrong presentation. Xolile, what I'm going to do is ask that you go first because I'm going to have to log out of Teams again, and then I'm going to have to log in. It's going to take about 5 minutes. My presentation opened recently, and then now the wrong presentation is being shown on PowerPoint. So I think I have to log out again, and that's the only way I can resolve it. Can I ask my provincial manager, Xolile Ngcobo, to present? We were supposed to swap around, but she will go first. Thanks, Xolile.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My presentation is on, but it's not. I wanted to move. Thank you for inviting the CGE to come and do this very important workshop inputs. We hope to be able to appraise members of parliament with a bit of information that can help them with the decisions of oversight in the province. I hope that participants will be able to understand what we mean by gender and development, and also assist participants to understand what is gender mainstreaming, and then also go through a bit of the elements that inform gender responsive budgeting. And then at the end, because the CGE works in all 9 provinces, I will also share some insights and lessons learned in our work that we've done in the Free State, where we had assisted the Treasury Department to actually do a pilot program on gender responsive budgeting for the whole province. The Commission for Gender Equality is, our mission is around ensuring that we have a society that is free from all forms of gender oppression and inequality. We do this work by promoting and protecting and monitoring and evaluating gender inequality through research, public education, which I think is what we are doing today, policy development, legislative initiatives. A bit of the work that I'll be talking about also urges members of parliament to consider legislation to make gender responsive possible. And then we also litigate in spaces where we need to. I will not go through the whole mandate. I'm going to jump through to why we are here today. We are here because gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting are two intersecting components of gender and development. And I like us to ponder on this picture. This is where we are right now. We're thinking, headquarters has asked us to tell them why are we building a road and how this road will impact on women. And this is always something that we start asking when we are thinking of doing a budget or doing a project. But depending who is sitting around, some might say, oh, well, just add a sentence saying that women will walk on the road. So as we go through this presentation, I want us to start engaging and seeing is gender mainstreaming or gender budgeting about ensuring that women will walk on the road, or is it about other issues? I will also at the end come back to this very same question and see what could be the answer by then. Thank you. So why should we be concerned about issues of gender and development? So this is a theory of work that is done around gender and development. We should be concerned because women represent 40% of global workforce, 43% of world's agricultural labor as well, which gives us food and sustainability. If women have greater control over their households, we find that their spending patterns benefits the family and everyone else, and particularly children. And if women are better off and more informed, we find that health and education makes better outcomes as well for children. And if women are able to participate in all spheres of life, which is your economic, political, and social spheres, this then influences policies that are very sustainable in a way. And we see that the high mortality of girls and women in countries where we have centered our development around women becomes even lower. And then we also are able to address persistent earning gaps between women and men. And the last one being, with COVID, we have seen this one very clear manifesting itself, where we found that women spend more hours per day on care and housework work than men, even when the workplace is equivalent, meaning even when a woman works, but you find that she still comes back home and spends even more other time on household issues. So I want us to then look at this, what could then be the greatest challenge that that gender and development is bringing to us? Perhaps it's the stickiest aspect of gender outcomes is that the way patterns of gender inequality are produced over time. So which basically means if we don't do anything now, we will then repeat the same inequality of leaving women behind and also leaving gender inequality issues behind. Part of this persistence is rooted in the slow-moving social norms and how they affect what happens in the household. Women and men internalize social norms, expectations in ways that not only affect their own aspirations and behaviors, but also preferences that also affects children. So at the long term, the World Development Report tells us that if we change the positioning and the resourcing of women, that will then filtrate into the future and how our children grow up in a much more developed future. So what are the trends? So if you look at development itself, it comes back from a very long perspective. So in the 1960s, we used to talk about an approach called women in development. And this approach of development projects emerged in the 1960s, calling for treatment of women's issues in development projects. This simply just integrated. So it was like what the cartoon was about at the beginning, where the road is being built and then someone says, so how will it benefit women? No, women will cross over the road. But we are now at a space where we're talking about issues of gender and development. And the difference between women in development and gender in development is that gender in development then looks into a bigger field of looking at how women and men's issues intersect with the issues of development by looking and locating women in terms of their gender, class background, and other socio-political identities. So which means we look at the person in full totality. We look at their gender needs, practical and strategic gender needs. And we then say, when you then do that, you use a method called gender mainstreaming. And this method of gender mainstreaming ensures that policies and programs ensure that women's issues are taken into account and their interests and concerns are actually taken into account when we develop programs, when we allocate resources, and when we then implement those projects. And this concept of gender mainstreaming has been popularized since 1985 at the Nairobi World Conference on Women. Then I will just give you a short description of what gender mainstreaming is as per the UN definition. This is a process of assessing the implications for women and men of any planned action, as I've said before, including legislation, policies, programs in all areas and at all levels. It is a strategy for making women's as well as men's concerns and experiences an integral dimension of the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of policies and programs in a political, economic, societal sphere so that women and men benefit equally and inequality is not perpetrated. So this is a very big process. It starts today. It will end in many years to come because gender equality is a journey itself. But I particularly like this second definition because this second definition of gender mainstreaming also then says this is done in a both technical and political process. By technical, it's by how do you do it. By political, it's how processes that influence political change, where legislators and members of parliament are showing political will, are putting policies and legislations in place that will ensure that gender mainstreaming and gender budgeting processes happen. So, which requires a shift in organizational culture and ways of thinking, and as well as in goals, structures, and resource allocation. And I want to pause here and say, when we speak about gender budgeting or gender mainstreaming, we are talking within the programs that we are doing. So we are not going to start something new tomorrow, but we are going to wear a different lens on the work that we're doing. If I was in the room, I would have given you different lenses to just look at the world differently, so that we then now put what I call a gender-based analysis. So you put that lens of a gender-based analysis, and this gender-based analysis is when you then start identifying how public policy can affect both men and women differently. And then what are the ways that we then put in the programs to develop and ensure that there's equitable results for both men and women? Because remember, gender is not about women alone, but it's also addressing issues of men and women, and also addressing issues of gender non-conforming individuals. And some of the questions that we ask ourselves when we're talking about gender-based analysis include a question like, is information available for analysis of the impact of the policy on men and women separately? If not, what needs to be done to ensure that type of information is available? You will notice that we call this with a very big word. We say it's called gender disaggregated data. But that is what we are just saying. Is there information that helps a member of parliament to make a decision that is informed as to, if I take this decision, how will it affect women? How will it affect men? How will it affect gender non-conforming? And then has considerations been given to how this policy will also be impactful. And one of the key sticking issues for us in South Africa.
Colleagues, I'm just going to request that the presenters presenting that the rest of us just keep our mics on mute, please, just so that we don't have any background noise. Our lives are very flexible during these COVID times, so it would be easier if we don't compete against the animals and our pets in the background as well. Thank you. The kids, thank you.
I was just saying, when it comes to data, does data indicate that there could be barriers to women participating? If so, what could be the recommendations that we put in place to address these things? So in our gender analysis, we really look at what could be the, and sometimes it's unintended consequences or outcomes of the policy or the program that we're looking at. And if those unintended outcomes are negative, then we need to find things to put in place to mitigate the negative aspects of that. I've lost my presentation. Okay, there it is. Then gender responsive budgeting. So there's no different budget that we're going to be talking about, but it's the actual budget that we are using every day, but using the gender analysis lens that I've given you before, you then go into the space of the gender responsive budgeting. So one of the champions of gender responsive budgeting in South Africa is Prex Govender, and it is important to note what she says. She says, if you want to see which way a country is headed, look at the country's budget and how it allocates resources for women and children. And I want us to keep that thought again. And this is just a quick introduction of where gender responsive budgeting comes from. It's a concept back in the it's involved in the Commonwealth countries since 1984. South Africa was quite a part of it in the 1993 and 1994, but we since lagged behind. What is key and important about gender responsiveness is that it allows us to acknowledge that this is a strategy for promoting gender inequality globally. So if we were to take a gender responsive approach in our province, we'll then be also partly contributing to a bigger picture of gender equality. Gender responsive budgeting is aimed at mainstreaming gender into public finances. And when we start mainstreaming gender into public finances, we then get to what we call gender responsive public services. Gender responsive budgeting takes the form of gender analysis, which I had said it's a lens that you wear. It speaks about particularly participation and particularly of public budget, which is a tool to access the different impacts of expenditures on women and men and ensure equitable access and use of existing public services. For example, if we have, for example, in Cape Town, we have MICT bus services, which is a public service. But how is that impacting on women and how is that impacting on men? And does it help women to go to town and get jobs? We need to look at it in that sense. How does a public service benefit the women or men in and this has been around, and structures like UNFPA and United Development Fund, UNIFEM, which is now UN Women, have done extensive work on gender responsive budgeting, and they also train parliamentarians on such things. And because at the end of the day, we want to be all promoting gender responsive policies, the role of gender budgeting, we also want to ensure that we're closing the gap in public leadership and public employment doing this. And there are several studies that show that gender responsive budgeting works. In 12 of the 34 OECD countries, it shows that it has worked. In Africa, countries like Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya have shown that it's worked, and we can do it as well. So at this stage, I want to then go and give you examples of where it has worked that are closer to home. No, I'm starting with the key elements first, sorry. So the key elements on gender responsive budgeting involve participative planning and budgeting, where you ask a question: to what extent are men involved, are women involved, and what in the sources and the budget planning processes? And also, you also ask yourself around spatial mapping, where do women live? So this is where now the women, the gender and development aspect that I explained earlier on comes in, because we are now intercepting an individual with who they are, their locality, background and class, etc. So where do they live? How much is the spending on geographical areas where the majority of women are located, or even where most of the needs by women is seen? Gender appraisal of new programs and projects and schemes. To what extent do these address women-specific issues? Gender-sensitive review of public expenditure. This is when now you monitor what we have planned and delivered. How sensitive are the existing government programs, projects, and schemes to women? And I will give you an example of how this was done in the Free State, where we looked at particularly how sensitive was the public expenditure for the past 20 years. Gender-based profile of public expenditure. Who are the beneficiaries of government expenditure? That's where you ask those questions. So these are clearly the 5 key elements of gender responsive budgeting. These are the questions you need to ask yourself with a policy that is on your table, a program that needs approval, or even a project or a scheme that needs approval. You need to ask all these 5 key elements. And this is one example where the 5 key elements could be asked. This is a project for women done by the World Bank and Sanitation Program to bring water to the nearest point for women. So a very highly paid consultant person comes and say, this mobile app will help you in mapping and monitoring key water points. And as you can see in the background there, the water point is 35 kilometers away from where the women stay. And the women are like, okay, will this app actually bring water to our home? So you can see clearly here that the mismatch between what is needed and how it's needed. So the duty bearer wants to give water, but the duty holder wants that water delivered in their home, but the way of doing that does not speak to both of each other. So that is how it is important to ask the 5 key element questions that I described earlier on. At this stage, most of the budgets are sitting at gender negative. We are aiming for most budgets to move towards number 5, which is gender transformative budgets. And this gender results effectiveness scale was developed by the UNDP to ensure that there is all budgets are actually gender responsive. So if we were to look at all the budgets of the Western Cape government, we'll need to ask ourselves, are we at gender negative, gender blind, gender targeted, gender responsive, or are we already at a gender transformative space? And if we are at a gender transformative space, it means that we've been able to ask ourselves the 5 key elements and actually been able to build them into the way of how we approve and make our budgets. Lessons learned is that most of the economic cooperation and development countries have been successful in gender responsive budgeting because their programs have been premised on the following. There is routinely available gender-specific data, which is very shortcoming in our country, measurable outputs and clearly linked budget allocations. So this is where you don't just say, and women and men will contribute, but you specifically say 40% or 30%, you are very clear on how much of the money you are setting aside to deal with gender responsive issues. Institutionalization of gender responsive budgeting. This is when gender responsive budgeting becomes a norm and a way of doing things, not because it's Women's Month, not because it's 16 days of activism, but it's the way of how we look at all budgets using the 5 elements of gender responsive budgeting. Gender responsive budgeting should be part of an intrinsic part of our planning. So use it from the beginning, as I was saying. And then finally, gender responsive budgeting allows for analysis of budgetary processes beyond traditional and conventional dimensions of economic analysis. And this is where the gender and development and the economics of the world start meeting and taking what is best from both theories. In South Africa, where since 1995, we've had what was called the South Africa's Women's Budget Initiative, which was piloted by the World Commonwealth. And in this process, we found that South Africa kickstarts processes of ensuring that the budget has people's voices, has women's voices in it, to a point that even when we went to Beijing in 1995, South Africa again committed itself into ensuring that gender equality will be a priority in the country and will be critical in how it is addressed. We saw how the processes of IDASA and CASE were actually very good in ensuring that the Women's Budget Initiative forms part of informing the Joint Standing Committee on Finance, and that initiated initial inputs on South Africa looking at how gender responsive our budgets could be. And this process was well documented, and also at some point there was also books that were published around it called Women's Budget. And then finally, the one lesson that I also want to bring to your attention is the recent pilot project that was done in the province Free State, where both provincial treasury and national treasury in 2017 and 2018 years put together a technical advisory committee that had Department of Women, Youth, Persons with Disability, the CGE and other government representatives, including DPSA and academia. And the aim of the project was to assess historical provincial budgets to see whether they are gender sensitive. And you will see the story when I show you the graph. And one of 3 key questions that we asked the process to look at was, are resources at the provincial level sensitive to the needs of women to promote women's empowerment across society? Has such spending made any impact on the lives of women in the province? How can we institutionalize gender responsive budgeting in provincial governments across South Africa? And the results were kind of very glaring in a way, because these are the 11 departments of the Free State, and the work was to look at the budgets from 1996 to 2016, sorry, which is 20 years of our democracy, and looking at whether our budgeting has actually responded or been gender responsive. As you can see, when it came to gender mainstreaming, none of the departments were using that approach. When it came to women empowerment, there were pockets of projects. As you can see, the little dots show that almost all programs had what is called women empowerment. But when we digged into that and looked at the efficacy, whether it was impactful and changing in the women's life, We found that it was ad hoc projects that are aimed at empowerment, but it does not address issues of productive resources in the hands of women. It does not address the issues of women being able to own their own resources and make their own decisions around those resources and how they are spent. Issues of gender equality, as you can see, some departments don't even look at gender equality. And if you look at the Department of Economics and Small Businesses there, which is the key driver of the economy, they were not interested on gender mainstreaming, women's empowerment, nor gender equality. And then we looked at how they were then aligning to that time, because it's many years ago, we're looking at the MDGs. But if we were to do it today, for example, for the Western Cape, we'll then put sustainable development goals, particularly goal number 5, which promotes gender equality and women's empowerment. And then the biggest data that we need, because remember I said when you look at the elements, you want to know how women or gender non-conforming persons and men are affected. So if you don't have the gender sex disaggregated data, as you can see in Free State, almost only 2 departments had that. It means all the money that has been spent for the past 20 years has just gone randomly, and we cannot really say whether it has changed the life of men, has it changed the life of women, has it changed the life of gender non-conforming individuals. We actually don't know. Then very surprisingly, when we then went into the gender calendar projects or gender calendar events, we found that everyone had set a project for that, had allocated money for that. But what is important to note is that 16 days of activism, a Women's Day somewhere there, does not change the outcomes of life for a woman or for a man. So we need to start shifting our thoughts and doing it according to projects. So we then said, let's dig in deep. We identified Department of Health, we identified issues of gender-based violence, identified local economic development projects. We also went into ECDs because we wanted to look at the total package of how do we influence programs and policies so that they are gendered and the package is gendered so that it changes the life of a woman, a man, and a child. As you can see, when it comes to health, almost all the department had something that they are doing in terms of health and gender responsiveness. Gender-based violence, most of them did have something that they were doing. When you look at local economic development, most of them had something that they were doing. ECDs, it will be the departments that are more around working on those issues. But what was very telling at the end of the day is that after all this money has been spent, the Free State government cannot tell you whether their expenditure for those 20 years has actually changed the concepts of gender equality, women's empowerment, and actually even the quality of life of individuals in the province. So that is where we are sitting, and lessons learned from there is that data is very important and how we navigate using that data. So if I were to go back to the question that I asked earlier on what do we do with this road projects, we just say women will work on it. But if you then go back to the key aspects, we can then say women will be able to access businesses because the road will be going via them. So you start now interacting the road with how it will change the quality of life for women, besides them just walking on the road. So I will want to end there and wait for question time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm under the impression there are another 15 slides from another person for presentation. Dr. Moleho?
Yes, I'm just putting my presentation up. Thank you.
No problem. And just before you begin, Honorable Maria, I did see your hand went up, but I'm going to take hands after this particular slides are completed. But I did note you. Thank you.
Just want to confirm, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is. If you can just put it on presentation mode for us. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. Good afternoon again, honourable members and colleagues that are here. I'm going to rush through some of the aspects. Some of them have been covered by Skolile. Just a quick introduction. She has covered some of the salient points about CGE. We have been established as an independent statutory body in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution. We are provided for, Section 187 of the Constitution, rather. We are provided for in terms of mandate by the CGE Act of 1996, and our real responsibility is to monitor and assess our work from a gender lens. We are not limited to specific areas. It's every sphere, every domain. We use our gender lens and promoting gender equality by various functions. That is to monitor. I think one of the questions that the Fiscal Commission got was, how do they affect their mandate? What are the legislative powers? So we monitor. We also are able to do investigations wherein we are pointed to, or we decide based on assessments of what's happening nationally. We also use research. We have a research unit where we have research outcomes, and we can do regular reports on certain subsectors and key themes that affect gender equality. We also educate, which is one of the arms we're doing now, educating, lobbying, and advocacy work, which is also quite effective measure and way in which you change outcomes rather than only monitoring and investigation. So these are the channels through which we operate. You will see, as Xolile has mentioned previously, what are gender responsive budgets? I just needed to accentuate that. It's not a separate budget. I want to emphasize that. It's not a separate budget. All it is that you have very targeted interventions and programs allocated with clear ring-fenced expenditure. Normally, you find that there's no ring-fenced expenditure. It's very difficult to isolate that which is mandated and targeted to women and girls in our provincial budgets across the board. It's not just a phenomena of Western Cape, but I'll speak to that in later slides. It's also, you have to understand the social context and the issues of social discrimination. So you're trying to, we use a lot of words that people sometimes get lost in, but when you talk about gender mainstreaming and you talk about mainstreaming, is to try and identify who are the end users, who are the end beneficiaries of your targeted interventions, and being able to disaggregate and measure that. You also need to look at the medium-term the budgetary framework that we make use of in South Africa is that, are you able to assess the performance of government on meeting different group needs? We're generally not able to do that. We generally have a blanket type of an approach when you look at budgets, whether it's from social development, whether it's from your economic cluster, whether you're looking at safety and security. If you were to say, are women and girl children, particularly in the context of the very high GBV we have, which is not the only issue around gender equality, but it's a very national issue right now in terms of priority. Can we assess the performance of meeting different needs of different groups? And you will find that there are not sufficient indicators, indices, or tools that actually enable the state and its state agencies to actually do this. So what then we then say is that as a result, what you see is that there's poor outcomes, poor accountability, and very poor disaggregation. So it's very difficult then to assess the impact of your revenue and expenditure on these targeted groups. And we highlight these because they, in the main, are the majority in South Africa. You also find that it's not about dividing gender budgets or budgets 50-50. Gender responsive budgeting is not about 50-50 of the budget, spending it on equally on all sectors of society. What you're trying to do is assess the different needs, and equality is not necessarily about 50-50, but seeing who has a need, a greater need to be put on the same level, particularly if there's a discriminatory type of a framework that you have had. So whether you look at the labor market, whether you're looking at the economics, whether you're looking at access to resources, access to infrastructure, access and spending across the board in the infrastructure cluster, these are access issues, and you might find that you need to concentrate to make everyone have the same outcomes because of the unequal access. So the other aspect, you want to promote equal opportunities, particularly in public service, where you have better pay for everyone, equal pay and equal conditions of service. You want to have representation that is equal in particularly decision-making bodies. And if you don't have that, use tools like mentorship and guidance of your inputs at management level, middle management level, to try and derive different outcomes. Has this been implemented elsewhere? Yes, I had to prove to you that it has been. So I've just cited this. This is from the UN Women Agency. And you see that starting from the Pacific, Australia I cite as a key point, Marshall Islands, Samoa, in the Middle East, Israel and Lebanon. In Europe, there's several countries, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, Germany, and these are highly efficient fiscal states. If you look at their balance sheets and how they've managed their fiscus. Asia, you see Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Malaysia, Pakistan, and across the Americas, even the US, Brazil, Chile, and Ecuador. South Africa is one of those who has implemented in the continent, and you'll see the host of other countries continentally. So countries are seeing the benefit of this. It's not necessarily just to deal with issues of doing the right thing, but when they are doing what they call gender responsive budgeting, they consider the social and political context of their country. So you have to look at the country-specific needs. Surely Italy and South Africa are not the same. Russia and South Africa, Tanzania and South Africa's outcomes are not the same. You need to look at Western Cape versus Mpumalanga. You need to look at Northern Cape versus Gauteng. Those each, even at a provincial level, there are different social and political contexts, and those actually need to be taken into consideration. Legislature plays a massive role in terms of coordination. Why? Because they account to you. The committees, they account to the portfolio committees, they account to the departments. And if they can have clear indicators that can be overseen by the legislative arm, that makes the work a lot easier to monitor and to measure impact. Institutional capacity is key. If you don't have individuals, and I'm very encouraged by the Western Cape that has invited us, but if you don't have the institutional capacity, you capacitate your legislator, you capacitate the planning units to make sure that in your APPs and in your IDP processes, you have the relevant institutional capacity to actually roll this out, you won't necessarily be able to implement gender responsive budgeting. So you must capacitate your staff, the people that plan, and those who oversee some of the outcomes. And then you must audit the expenditure. Just like the Auditor General comes to look at wasteful, to look at irregular expenditure, we should actually look at, from a gender responsive budgeting, whether our gender responsive budgeting is happening. Are our public procurement allocation from the provincial treasury keeping the relevant data? Not only keeping the relevant data, are they meeting the national targets? And then you look at the example of Australia, which I just cite, is that between 1984 and 96, so this is not something that only South Africa is doing. And I know South Africans love Australia, that's why I'm citing Australia here. But Australia focused on the impact of budgets on women, of girls over 12, this is almost more than a decade, 2 decades ago, before we even implemented this type of budgeting in South Africa. But for several decades, many years ago, they were implementing this, and you wonder why some of the issues on the social level and outcomes from a performance level, they have better type of social outcomes, is because they have a very pointed approach and very targeted approach. So it's not something that just happened. What's happened in South Africa? I won't cite all the legislation that's happened in terms of leading us to where we are, but by 2018, there was a national policy framework on women's empowerment and gender equality. There were also a budget prioritization framework in 2018, and there were commitments and obligations. South Africans love to make commitments. South Africans love to write down plans. However, in this budget prioritization framework, we found that it was very silent on gender priorities, and there was very little evidence that the planning processes and the policy-making processes actually considered gender issues in this regard. We've also picked up that in South Africa, the Stats SA collects a lot of data. There's different censuses they do. They also do poverty trends report. They look at ward, district, and provincial outcomes. But Stats SA, in terms of budgeting, we recently had a seminar with them, and they did state that they are not being funded to do household level surveys in the way that they would have wanted, to review some of the massive surveys that look at impact even at a ward level. And we are pushing for greater funding so that you can actually see the outcomes of all the measures, because they're an independent body that looks at the outcomes of poverty, of income, of distribution, of all type of data across all the provinces. However, they do release statistics that we can make use of, but there are gaps. From an institutional mechanism perspective,
apologies for interrupting, Dr. Moleko. I'm just going to ask quickly if all the persons who are not on the floor, just remember to please mute themselves.
I think you can also mute them if you can just see who's talking, but thank you so much.
Thank you. The procedural officer is assisting us with this now.
Yeah.
And I just ask members just to keep their mics on mute if they are not on the floor at the time. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Moleko, you may continue.
Thank you. The institutional mechanisms are weak. This is what we have seen. We need a well-resourced monitoring and evaluation national department. So some of these functions lie with the national department and rolled out at provincial level. But remember that there are deliverables that can be done at a provincial level, even if national isn't doing so well. National Treasury can do better. The Department of Youth, Women and People Living with Disabilities is also needing strengthened institutional mechanisms so that these can be monitored effectively. But we do note that the Western Cape from 2001 has introduced gender responsive budgeting, and again between 2007 and 2012. And this is acknowledged also by the National Department of Women. We have noted also again now that you wish to again embark on this, and we are very glad that this is happening, and we see it as a very positive and a big move. Is there a need for this? I think a lot of you may not know if there's a need, and you're asking yourself, is there a need? Do we need to necessarily do this? Is it actually sensible to do? Yes, it is. If you look at the South African economy and you look at the outcomes of our economy, if you look at recent statistics released about unemployment, you'll find that I'm looking at the previous quarter one. Quarter two has been released, by the way, and you'll note that there was a decline in unemployment, and unemployment is sitting at 23%. I choose to not look at that number. Why? Because the majority of South African people were not able to look for work in the last quarter. So if you look at the ILO definition, it actually excludes those who have stopped looking for work. And so the millions of people who have not been able to look for work simply because lockdown was upon us have not been included in unemployment numbers. So it's actually not telling you the full story. Unemployment rate in the last quarter is at 31%, but if you look at the expanded definitions of 42.2%. If you break that down to gender, women and youth have up to 70% unemployment, particularly those between 15 to 24, if you look at the expanded definition. And if you look at the gap between men and women, there's always a 4% gap between male and female unemployment. This is across South Africa's historical unemployment level, whether you're looking at the narrow definition or the expanded or broad definition. It's accentuated with youth, it's accentuated with rural youth and mainly Black youth. Northern Cape and other provinces that are rural like Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and even KwaZulu-Natal have unemployment rates over 40% in terms of expanded definition, which is very frighteningly high. As a result, unemployment leads to very high level of poverty. There's 30.4 million South Africans living in poverty. If you break that down again, you break it down and you disaggregate by region, by province, if you disaggregate it even by gender, you'll find that in the main, women who are living in rural areas, who are Black in the main, are those who are seeing concentration of high level of poverty. What this means is that you have to have targeted interventions in your fiscus and your policy that deal with this anomaly of the South African economy. outcomes in terms of GDP, we are going to contract because of COVID. We were already sitting at 0.7% growth before COVID for the year. We weren't performing well. The only thing really we can say is we have sound macroeconomic policy and we see inflation at 4%, which is really the only thing that we've been able to manage. Is it sufficient? You can have that debate offline in your economic cluster. What the economic crises will lead to, if you look at the slide here, is a free fall if we don't do something to stimulate the economy. What we know for a fact, and I went to a United Nations UNDP release of effect of COVID on South Africa, and what we know for a fact is that the effect is not equal. COVID has affected majority of the poor, those who are in the informal sectors, those who are in the fringes, much more so than those who are elite, who are educated, who already were above your middle income brackets. So the effect, depending on the stimulus that we have for COVID, will be determined by the response from a national and a provincial recovery plan. So we must prevent a free fall. How do we do this?
Apologies, Dr. Maleko. Apologies, Dr. Maleko, for interrupting. I'm going to now call out members with their mics not on mute. Honorable Baku Force, if you could please assist us with your online mic, then that would be very helpful. Thank you. Dr. Maleko, you may continue.
We also have to understand that subsectors won't recover if we don't support them because of the structure of our economy. And I think that the interventions need to have a targeted approach. But I'm going to move from the slide. What you see here is that the dip that we're going to see as a result of the recession and the length of time we spend in the dip is going to be really dependent on the efficacy of the fiscus, of the state, to actually mitigate the negative effect of the downward drive in private sector investment, the downward trade that you'll see from exports and imports contracting on the main, and the downward household aggregate demand contracting because of a wage depression or compression of wages and people also losing their jobs. As we know, 2.2 million people lost their jobs. So these are real job losses and these are real effects that are going to affect even the Western Cape and every other province in the country. As a result, this is before, by the way, COVID. South Africa already has the worst inequality in the world. I'll compare South Africa to all these countries. South Africa is the red you can see. We have majority. What this means is that the top income decile have a concentrated amount of wealth at over 80% of the wealth concentrated in the top 10%. The bottom 40% have less than 8%, 8.3% exactly of the wealth of this country. So we need to put in place targeted interventions that look at the age, that look at the gender, and that look at the location of our people. I know the Western Cape, if you topographically look at it, there are farm areas, there are farm workers, you have your urban dwellers, you have the city dwellers. In the city, you have to disaggregate. You've got low income, you've got high income areas, you've got your townships. All of those are disaggregated, and the concentration of some of these indices differs across the board. So what you would have to do, as I will explain now, is have a pointed and a targeted approach to deal with these. What the UN states is that, generally speaking, across the globe, the results are showing that the percentage gap between the labor force participation between men and women is around 26%. So there are more men who are actively participating in the labor force. 75% of women are employed in the informal sector. You have to have a targeted approach of your people in the Western Cape who are in the informal sector. If you don't deal with that, it means that they on the main will be worsened, particularly after COVID. There is also a gender pay gap. South Africa and the Western Cape has a 23%. There's an acknowledgement in your in your Western Cape provincial strategic plan of the 22.7%. It's rounded to 23. But in our case, South Africa, that 23% is a reality. And also, women spend 2.5 times more time in unpaid care and domestic work than men. These are the realities that are statistically proven and factually proven that actually you need to have gender responsive budgeting so that you can deal with some of these outcomes. The unemployment is a real issue. I like to point this out. The red line here is the youth. it's much higher than everyone else. There's a massive gap between the youth and men and women. Men here have the unemployment rate, which is in the black line. It sits under 30%. Women here, this is the narrow definition. I just want to explain that. The women here have almost a 5% extra or higher percentage point unemployment rate than the men. So this has been proven. This is not since 2019, ladies and gentlemen. This is since 2008, even if you go back before. But unfortunately, we only looked at the last 10 years. And you can see then in the main, youth are suffering the most. And again, if you disaggregate the youth to gender, you'll find that it's the Black woman in the townships, in the rural areas, who are suffering with a higher level of unemployment. Do you need strategies to deal with this that are pointed and targeted? Absolutely. I've shown you here as well that there's a difference between your narrow unemployment and your broad or expanded definition unemployment. There's a massive gap. What is the difference? Just to explain again, those who have stopped looking for work, those who are no longer looking for work are not included in the broad, are not included in the narrow definition. That is why it's lower. So you actually have what is called discouraged work seekers. Those discouraged work seekers are not counted in this light blue. This is what is always announced every quarter by Stats SA. So what you should actually look at is the broad or expanded definition to get a full picture of the situation of unemployment. Therefore, what should we do? What we are suggesting, based on our analysis as CGE, based on inputs we've made to the Ministry of Finance and Treasury and the National Treasury in this regard, is that there has to be relief measures for the poor, for the chronic poor, for the transient poor, versus those who are not poor and the middle class and rich or elite, because of the uneven impact of COVID. Also, because of the uneven impact of our structural economy, which is unable to absorb in the main your labor, your low-skilled labor and your low-educated workforce, because we have a services-led economy. You have to target domestic workers as an example. You have to target informal sectors and support and relief measures as an example. You have to target your traders, who are in the main women who are working in these subsectors, and provide subsidies, and look at the fiscus and the allocation of your expenditure to these programs. What percentage of your budget are you allocating? What percentage of the vote is actually targeted to these subsectors, because they are harder hit by the effect of COVID? Poverty reduction strategies must include long-term structural change. I think that's more for also the national level. There is a widening of female casual employment and contract employment. This is coming from the UNDP. This year, they released a report about 2 months ago. And I think one of the things that would be important for the provincial government to look at from the social cluster, from the economic cluster, is what are you doing about the seasonal workers, the casual employment, the migrants in the Western Cape, particularly the farming community, to assist in this regard? What measures are being put in place? Are there targeted interventions that can be monitored and isolated over time? COVID affects gender, location, and skills level differently. So if you're educated, it has unequal impact to one who is educated. If you're located in a rich or versus a poorer area in terms of income decile, the effects are unequal. So the way in which your fiscus and mitigating measures are implemented, they need to promote the counter-cyclical capital framework and make sure that you have that looked at in the budget. We also made inputs into the provincial strategic plan with the ministry, with the premier and the DG, which a meeting took place between the chairperson of the commission and the provincial manager. They are here, they can maybe add to that. I wasn't in that meeting, but that meeting enabled us to make inputs further in terms of some of the key inputs of that. We can also provide that to the meeting if necessary, Wasima. But before COVID, many of the employment strategies did not include the chronically unemployed. So what you're finding in South Africa is you have people that have not been working for more than 12 months, who have not been able to get skills, who have not been able to even, get some decent training that enables them to even enter the labor market. The state capacity is a problem that we have assessed even during COVID in terms of releasing of temporary employment relief scheme, the UIF payments, Department of Social Development, even timelessly dealing with the issue of grants, the COVID relief grant and the timing of it. From a provincial level, there could be targeted technological improvements, targeted assessment and employment of unemployed graduates, particularly in some of the programs that are being driven at the local and the provincial level, and reviewing some of the current policies. We believe that you must ring fence budgeting for GBV. The focus is always on aggregate numbers that are mentioned, but if you are to ring fence, you need to then you'll be able to measure the impact and how your programs are actually having an impact, if they are. So one, do you need programs for economic assistance and making sure that victims of GBV are actually improved in terms of economic assistance and improving their non-dependency on their partners? So you find there's a massive increase of GBV because they are economically dependent on the partners who provide for the family, provide for the dependents of the children. So they stay in these toxic relationships. Yet if they were economically independent and they were able to finance their children's school fees, finance their basic day-to-day program, they would leave those relationships. So you need to look at having targeted economic programs that enable victims actual empowerment. The public procurement allocation to SMMEs, is it being measured, targeted to these targeted groups that we have seen statistically are actually not in the mainstream of the economy? Public procurement must be allocated. There must be data that supports, as Skolile said, that supports the provision of SMME support and who are those SMMEs that are getting the benefit. And you need to measure that to see that you're actually improving your equality outcomes. Improvement of the capacity of the state in terms of prevention strategies. Are you prioritizing those strategies that will prevent GBV? Can you isolate the funding and ring fence it and reinforce the prevention of GBV, financing hotspot areas, and also strengthening the justice cluster? Some of the reviews and current policies that are in place around social welfare, are they effective and can you measure the impact? And I think this is something that we're having discussion nationally around, making sure even the National Strategic Plan, are the measures and instruments that are being used going to be measurable, and are they effective? They must be measurable. And I think that this is a work in progress. The Medical Research Council, together with other entities, is working and done a lot of research around this. And I think in our planning processes, very little emphasis is put on putting in place measurable indicators and indices to oversee the monitoring of these programs. And then the last is the victim support and psychological support for those who are even perpetrators. What we found in research is that many suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, many suffer from trauma from early childhood, and what you need to do is to stop the intergenerational transfer of this repeated violence. And in order to do that, there must be victim and perpetrator psychological support to prevent this cycle of violence. So in the province, what we have recommended, and it's also expressed in the provincial strategic plan, is that you, in your 14 outcomes of economic empowerment, of employment, of ownership infrastructure, in your social sector, your basic services around health and education, and also the governance in terms of public participation and representation at a provincial and local government, you can create indicators, right, that measure the performance. I've given examples here on the right. It's much bigger in the next slide. So what I've said here is that between 2019 and 2024, we have made inputs on your provincial strategic plan, and we have noted that you do look at gendered and race dimensions of employment. We've noted that you also look at the wage gap at 23%, as I've mentioned, and the youth dimension is in your strategic plan. What we also therefore recommend is that there be a focus on high-risk areas, high risk of children in some of the areas, and the high level of GBV and crime hotspots in the Western Cape, even when compared to national. We've looked at the performance management systems, and we believe that they must be aligned to very clear targets and deliverables. Our advice, I've just highlighted two VIPs. One is safe and cohesive communities, and we've had a discussion with Minister Fritz in this regard. What we proposing and we've put in the plan is have GBV related indicators that you can measure. What we've also proposed is look at the police satisfaction, because the surveys are showing some of the results are not satisfactory. So these indicators that drive police satisfaction need to be focused on and improved. Probably there's an issue of distribution of infrastructure around this as well. And I think there's a lot more detail that I won't be able to cover here. Issue of shelter access. We've had a recent meeting now. There was a symposium that took place. I've been praised by Skolile that this has been driven from our national office. We released a report on improving the funding framework of shelters. What this basically means, honorable members, is that release the unused buildings, release the unused housing, prioritize housing for victims, and also prioritize unused buildings so that you can actually enable NGOs and partners who want to help these women and children who are affected by GBV to actually have a place to go. The second VIP that I focus on is growth and jobs. There's various other VIPs. I have not looked at them. I just want to state that before I get questions on them. Women in the informal economy, have a focus on that. I've already mentioned how. Have a focus on women who are unpaid care work and home-based work. Try to have community work programs that support particularly this cluster of people in the society, and then support your SMMEs to overcome some of the historical structural barriers. The third point on the provincial architecture that we recommend is provincial planning must be strengthened, and I think this is one of the outcomes of strengthening it. One of the outcomes and the key things that we've listed is in the issue of youth risk referral pathways, in the issue of family-centered initiatives. We've put this in our provincial strategic plan inputs. Housing strategies and economic opportunities for GBV victims, infrastructure projects. We are calling for female-owned companies to be given 50% of those infrastructure projects, and public works should note this, and skills development initiatives should target gender and disability, members of our community who suffer from disabilities, and I will stop there. This is the last. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I will now be... Okay, I think I have a bit of an echo.
Anyone has their sound on?
Apologies, we're just starting to deal with an echo quickly. Thank you so much. Okay. Previously, I saw Honourable Marie's hand and I saw Honourable Mackenzie's hand also previously now in the chamber. Are there any other hands for questions online before I allow the speakers to move forward? Okay, I see a third hand by a person called Nosipo as well. I think perhaps, oh, it's the person lowered their hand. Okay, so then what I'll do is, Honourable Marie, you may ask your question, and then Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you so much, Chair Lady. I think that I just want clarity on exactly what the doctor means when she says she don't want ring fence money for women. They say, she says she wanted ring fenced. At the same time, she says she don't want a separate budget for women. They treat women as though women are a different species, not part of a family. Now, if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what do people need? Then he starts with saying it's psychological. You need to eat, you need to be able to breathe, you need shelter, you need safety, you need love and to belong, you need self-esteem, self-confidence. This is what the whole world has accepted as the hierarchy of human needs. Now, and then lastly, you will need self-actualization. In other words, you want to realize the best in yourself. Now, how can we budget separately for women for this? You can't budget for a woman separately to eat, to breathe, to have her own house, psychological issues, love and belonging, and even when it comes to work. The presenter said that women has the highest level of unemployment. But unemployment is really created in South Africa by manual labor in the mines, the police, the armed forces. That's why men is in the majority of those employed. Is she suggesting women should equally be employed in these categories of industry? And do we want to take women out of the family household, bring them into the economy, and leave the children to minders? I don't know. I am all for women's rights, and I want to protect our women. But to treat women as a separate budget item to be budgeted as if they don't belong to a family, I have a problem with that. A very, very distinct problem with that. And I also want to know, did the doctor give evidence about this bill, cultural marriages bill? Did you give evidence on that issue? We had to brief the NCOP delegates on how to handle this bill. And the rights of women was involved there, especially with polygamy marriages, where certain culture says you can have up to 6, 7 wives. How does that, shall I say, reflect in a budget? Must the state now give children's grant to the 6 wives' children, and this man can only afford to support one of the 7 wives? And how will that work that we must but for polygamy marriages? I've got a problem with that. And I do want to say women should be considered as part of a family unit. And when that family unit breaks up, I say, yes, we got to support that woman. We got to make sure she can provide for herself. She has a house, she has food, her children are cared for. But that is only when the woman becomes loose from the family unit as a whole. But we can't budget for women as though women are a separate species to men. I would just like to hear the doctor on that.
Thank you, Honourable Marais. Before I give Honourable Mackenzie an opportunity, the third person who had their hand up was Honourable Makamba Bocha. Apologies for calling you Nasipo earlier. It's because we just saw the name and not the surname on the online platform. And it also said outside the organization, which is why I thought perhaps it's someone from one of the other organizations. And also before I move on to Honourable Mackenzie, I do note that Honourable Marais may have asked some questions that are not necessarily dealing with this particular topic today, so I'm going to leave it to the presenter to deal with those topics if they are prepared to do so today. Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the presenters on your presentation. Certainly a lot that one needs to have a look in when we do our oversight in the annual report period. I just wanted to get some understanding, and this is obviously from my opinion and from my observation, so one needs to be mindful of that. Over the last 6 months, during the state of disaster, we all know that the role of the Commission obviously is to evaluate any act of Parliament. I'm just reading from your website. Any system of personal law, any system of indigenous, and any other law. And given that the state of disaster has affected, as the presenter rightfully said, a lot of women, and in our community, we've all seen it frontline. And just on that, say, if I may ask, the first question probably be, during the state of disaster, were the members of the Commission on Gender essential workers? And were they all present during the state of disaster? And what percentage of the staff were at work or not at work? If we can just get a brief question, answer that, because that'll also inform my second round of questions. So during the state of disaster, we've seen many organizations taking government to court for various reasons, and including the Western Cape government. In fact, the standing committee that I chair also got a legal opinion on certain matters. And I did not see the Commission for Gender Equality particularly present. One practical example, we were the only province in the country that fed school children. I'm just trying to understand, a lot of those children were females. And the 10 million children that were not fed during the few months of the hard lockdown, what was their role during this period where probably all of us were needed the most? Because this is the first pandemic, obviously, certainly in my generation. And then second, the third question on that would be, I've now for the first time seen that, by the way, we have a woman minister in the country. I thought we only had a woman minister. I see now we have a deputy minister of women in the country, the first time since that certainly I've seen it. What is their interaction with the Department of Women? We talk about monitoring and allocating funding, and money needs to be ring fenced, et cetera, because as the custodian, for lack of a better word, the Department of Women, Children, and Persons with a Disability, because a lot of the things, and again, in my opinion, what I've seen in the presentation, should be items that a department should be driving, and we appreciate the hard work that the Gender Commission has done. But again, my opinion, would have liked to see that the Department of Women do the presentation to, for example, the Department of the Premier, so that we as a standing committee, committee that I chair and several members in this House and those online, should hold them accountable for those delivery mechanisms. And I'm just trying to get an understanding, is there a body where the Gender Commission, do they meet monthly with the National Department of Women? And on that, I saw in the presentation, she talked about meetings with the Treasury. Now, as we know, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, which we were all privileged earlier on to listen to them, I don't think the Gender Commission was here at the time. And do they give input on the yearly basis to the Fiscal Commission, particularly on gender-based budgeting and financing with regards to women? And then the other question that I've got is, we've recently seen the draft Pension Fund Act being published. And during the lockdown and currently, and if you use the expanded definition of unemployment, a lot of women, and I'm also speaking from personal experience, as somebody who was raised by a single mother, have money invested in their pension funds. And they obviously get maintenance, and they got money from the ex-spouses, from the ex, etc. The pension right now is the only massive investment that women and single mothers have gotten. Again, I'm speaking from my own experience. I was raised by a single mother. And I've not seen any input or campaign from the Gender Commission on allowing women to access their pension fund without them having to resign to access their pension fund, because obviously there'll be no money left in the kitty. And I just wanted to find out what is their opinion on that matter, and if they've done any research on that and do any submissions to Parliament on that particular matter, because that's something that can help women immediately having some sort of access to the pension fund. And then when we talk about PPE spending, in particular in PPE spending, because we've seen the corruption around it, etc. And I think what I would like to know, and let's assume not a cent was stolen. Let's assume all things being equal, it was done perfectly. Have they done an evaluation or some sort of study, and perhaps as chairperson, that's something we should also have a look at, to see countrywide and have that discussion with the chief procurement officer took place, what percentage of that PPE procurement was done on women, and have that discussion taking place. And the last question, chairperson, on during, I think, what level 4 or level 3, and I can't remember which one it was. And again, I'm speaking from my own experience because my grandmother was a domestic worker. When we took government to court and several other organizations about allowing individuals, particularly domestic workers, of the majority are poor and black women, to get to work, I did not see the Gender Commission active in advocating people to get back to work so they can get an income. And at this point is, regardless what work it is, but for the purpose of this conversation, domestic workers, the majority of whom are black, what has their role been? Because in my opinion, I have not seen the Gender Commission active. So Great presentation, great things that I did not know, and I certainly will do more work and see how we can incorporate some more of this oversight. And I think I'll just leave that for now, because I see that you're looking at me, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mackenzie. I think Honourable Mackenzie is also veering into questions that are a little bit off topic. Some are on, but I think some are related to specific bills and legislation. And I'm not sure if the Gender Commission has prepared answers regarding specific legislation, but I will leave it up to the presenter on those particular questions and whether they are able to answer us today. Honourable Makamba Bocha.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to both presenters. My question is, I think I've got about 3 questions. Firstly, our history tells us that women are the most vulnerable group of people that were previously disadvantaged economically and who are also prone to gender-based violence. So from the presentation, since the budget for gender inequality is aimed at realizing also women's liberation through a variety of interventions by government, through programs and projects, seeing the current stats, can the department share with the committee on the processes of monitoring they have in place to enforce compliance? And secondly, can the department also share with the committee the success stories, including a list of projects and programs that have put in place for women emancipation to date? And lastly, with the rapid increase on gender-based violence, has the department made an assessment to establish whether the budget allocated is enough? Because by look of things, it does not look like it's enough, because there's a lot there's a rapid increase on gender-based violence, and what is the department doing? What are these projects that are aiming at combating the gender-based violence? And are these projects, if they're there, and programs, are they effective according to their assessment? And lastly, can also the department share with us on how can we access these programs and projects? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Makamba Bocha. Honourable Makamba Bocha, I just have a procedural question quickly for you from myself. Are your questions to the department, because we have the Gender Commission presenting to us today, and the Gender Commission is an independent body separate to, for example, the provincial government, separate to, for example, the provincial legislature. They are very similar to the Financial and Fiscal Commission. So similarly, the way they come and advise us on how they feel on national treasury or provincial treasuries allocation, the same way the Gender Commission is assisting and advising us on how to budget with gender sensitivity. So I would just like to ask some clarity regarding your questions.
Chairperson, my questions are actually directed to the commissions itself, and because I think they are playing a role of monitoring role on government entities. So I need to know from their side what is it in terms of monitoring and assessment, in terms of whether the budget that they have is doing enough to curb what the women are currently experiencing in terms of gender and everything else. Thank you.
No problem. I will then ask that the Gender Commission answer it with their particular view on it then. Dr. Maloka.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'll start with the first question from Honourable Murray. Honourable Murray asked the question of why we're looking at women as separate from families. We talk about ring fencing and separate budgets, but then we also say no separate budgets. Just to answer, when we say it's not a separate budget, what we mean is in the existing budget process, you should actually isolate and ring fence. All departments should do this. Your actual sub-clusters, votes should do this. And we have tried to make a case in point as to why. You cite Maslow's hierarchy of needs about self-actualization and the basic requirements. Unfortunately, what you find in South Africa is that because of historical inequalities and also
the breakdown of the family structure. Some of our families, for instance, Stats SA has released data showing that 60% of families or children that are born right now are in single mother families. These are still families, right? You also, it's just that now the structure of South Africa's families is slightly different from what necessarily was the case maybe 20, 30 years ago. Does this mean you need to negate and ignore them? I do not think so. Our belief is that you look at all the different clusters within the South African social sphere and you package the appropriate mechanisms. That's number one. I think the second is absolutely women are in families, they are not disjointed or outside of that. What we look at though is that as individuals and economic contributors to society, a woman is an individual who works in a company. A woman is an individual who can own her own company and may not necessarily have that in community of property or jointly with her partner or husband. Therefore, what you need to look at is therefore the tools that enable them equity in all spheres around. So if you have a company that is inclined towards, let's say, infrastructure, but because of the discriminatory practices or understanding that maybe women are not necessarily entering into these subsectors or they're not seen as critical contributors in these subsectors. So you need to deal with that. And this is why, therefore, we are saying that you need to have targeted interventions. But there's a lot of research that points to this, and it's not just my view. I think the investigation or the support should be data and evidence-based. And I think there's a lot of evidence showing that in the economy, particularly what you call your science and technology space, your STEM sector, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and construction as well. About you find that decision makers in these subsectors, 4% are women, the others are all male. Not to say that if you look at a matric or post-school qualification entry level, you find that it's the number of graduates that enter at first, second year, third year, even those that exit can be the same. But because of the labor market discrimination, for some reason you find that they are not absorbed in management, they're not absorbed in jobs, they're not absorbed because of perceptions and other factors that are not necessarily controlled for just by education. Then the second, you asked about the cultural bill, that we make inputs on that. I'm not too sure about that bill. We do have a vast input into different bills. I would have to check that one for you and maybe revert with a response, but I'm not able to answer that right now. Honourable Mackenzie, thank you for the questions and the inputs. I think the discussion that he's bringing to the fore is a discussion that we actually have internally. One, I'll start with the point that he made about the relationship with the Department of Women. Just to explain our mandate, we are not a department, and I think Honourable Magamba Boya was corrected by Liesel in this regard to say CGE is a Chapter 9. CGE's mandate is to oversee, monitor, educate, advocacy, and research. We're able to also use investigation in our tools of trade as a mechanism to enforce our mandate. So what we do work with the Department of Women. We try to have partnerships, but at the same time, partnerships, just like any other department we can oversee, we also oversee the efficacy of the department, but it's also good to work in partnership with them because there's a certain level of driving these outcomes that the department itself should drive. So you'll find that the gender responsive budgeting framework was driven by the department into Parliament, into Cabinet, adopted because of the work that they had done. We also drive and propose for those type of measures. There are key things that that department therefore should see implemented across the different departments as the custodian, right, of these deliverables. However, we as the CGE oversight them as well. We as the CGE have targets with them. We can call them also for hearings and investigations on whether or not they've met the targets that they should have met as a department, and they've monitored effectively as a department some of the targets and made gender mainstreaming a reality. So there is a coordination arm, there is an oversight arm that we play, but not necessarily taking over the role of the Department of Women and People Living with youth and people living with disabilities. I think the very important point that he asked was, were our members essential workers and what percentage of staff was working? Yes, we were afforded the status of essential services. Yes, 100% of our staff were working. During lockdown, obviously it was virtual work. If we needed to leave the offices, we had the regulations letter that afforded us access to different places when services were necessary and needed during lockdown. So yes, we were 100% on board. Your secondary question to that is then, during lockdown, what were we doing? Were we able to effectively, for instance, look at the support for domestic workers? I must honestly say that on this one, I do not believe on the informal sector support, we have done enough. So I think for us, it's an admission to say we needed to be more active. We are doing some work post now in terms of interventions, but during lockdown, we have not necessarily pushed for sufficient informal sector support, but the work is being done now. We've had releasing policy briefs and the like to say, in terms of mitigation, please focus on these subsectors so that we can see more of an impact. We did some work on GBV of data, I think linked to Honorable Magamba Boja's question. We've looked at and done an assessment of the release of data, release of information related to incidents of data, and we found that there is disjointedness, lack of coordination, and also various measures on data, what the Department of Police is releasing, then they retract what the coordinating council, the center was releasing. Is there an increase or, very lack of clarity? We therefore held a webinar around the COVID numbers and the like, even included the Statistician General to then say, let us have coordination of numbers, let us have standardization of definition, let us do things properly, let us push for the capacitation and the budgetary reform necessary to fund Stats SA to do this at an independent level outside of the Department of Police so that we have independence on tracking of this. Back to your other question in terms of what was our role, particularly on the PPE spending, assuming no theft, you said, what would we therefore have said or done? We have done a public procurement bill study. I must be honest with you, it's when you do research, there is a time lag. So when we have, for instance, we have done a study on public procurement, we have engaged National Treasury, we have engaged also the Department of Trade and Industry and also the Department of Small Business Development, specifically on public procurement and also on the economic assistance programs that they've implemented and the success of those. And we're finding systemic problems in the process. We've made recommendations to the departments, and we are putting in place monitoring indicators that measure whether or not they've taken our recommendations seriously, because it's one thing to issue a finding, is another thing to have them change their planning and processes to actually change the outcomes. So this is a work in progress. We have not looked necessarily at the PPE spending. That would be a secondary leg to say what is the allocation, but we definitely made inputs into the recent public procurement, the public procurement bill that has been on the cards as an institution. The third question you asked was about the Pension Fund Act. I don't think CGE has looked at that. I could answer in my personal capacity because this is an area of expertise for me, but I think that I'll park that to say there has been no CGE specific campaign on pension funds. Whether there should be, whether we should have a look at how we use the capital markets and the financial sectors in a better way to drive economic development and empowerment, I believe so. Financial literacy maybe is what you're focusing on, and do we need to drive financial literacy to drive and improve saving outcomes and the use of those savings? There's a lot of research that shows that indeed that needs to be the case, but CGE itself hasn't done anything specific in that regard. I think I've answered most of your questions. Then to the Honourable Magamba Boja's question on the accessing programs and projects that have been successful. Remember, we are not a department. Therefore, we don't implement projects and programs like you would as safety and security or women, but we do have investigative hearings to assess whether subsectors, clusters have done their work. We do have hearings and research reports that zoom in to find where are the problems and what the outcomes are. An example is we've had hearings on higher education institutions and TVET colleges, as an example. This is a national focus. And then we would zoom into the different universities, call them in for hearings, issue findings after looking at their reports, looking at their HR plans, looking at their targets, have they met their targets, and so forth. And then we would then make recommendations in this regard. Call the minister, make sure that there's some implemented measures and indicators that we oversee. But this is a long process. I'm just giving an example of just one subsector. So it's not projects that we would necessarily implement, but we would oversee the necessary spheres. We also call the public sector, the private sector. We also have the power to call, your different private sector arms to see whether or not they've looked at the laws of the country and are implementing them in accordance with the Constitution. Your question was on the rapid increase of GBV. Has an assessment of the budget been done? Is it enough? Right now, we are doing the assessment of the 6-month plan of the GBV, what they call the Emergency Response Action Plan. And we have had difficulty with accessing information, let alone accessing the outcomes of the GBV efficacy. Sorry, I'm just trying to put my phone on mute. Okay, done. So we are assessing what is the country done. There's a 1.6 billion spent. Who spent that money, where, when, how, and we will be releasing results very shortly in terms of the efficacy of all the state departments who have made commitments in that regard, because we're trying to be more effective in our muscle and watchdog approach in terms of as CGE. I do think that the necessary amounts of commitments made, there's too many commitments made, too many announcements that are made, and we are saying as CGE, who is doing what, are they doing what they've promised, where are the results? And we're asking for those results now, and I know shortly we'll be releasing the outcomes of the ERIP monitoring, because there's now a new plan that's being implemented. What happened to the previous one? Has it been implemented well? And what have the outcomes been on that? And then the programs, I think I've answered. The provincial manager did try to cite some examples. We can send that to you on some successes. The presentation has been sent on the Free State and the relevant province that was relevant in her presentation. But if you want more information, please, we are available, and you can send a request for some examples, success stories, just note, and then we can just facilitate you accessing those ones. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll take those. I hope I answered the ones that came. Thank you.
Thank you. I think because there was some excitement about the Gender Commission presenting today, I will allow for very short follow-ups, very, very short follow-ups before we take a break, because I realize that the third research document is actually much shorter than anticipated. So we'll then allow less time for that one after our break. But any hands? Are there any hands online? I see a hand in the chamber from Honourable Mackenzie. And I see a hand from Honourable Makamba-Bocha online. So I'll take it in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll keep my follow-up question short. I just wanted to find out, and perhaps one is to send or just alert the Commission. There's currently a bill before Parliament, the Pension Fund Amendment Act, and that act deals with allowing individuals potentially access to their pension fund or a loan to access to the pension fund. And because I received quite a lot of, during the lockdown and now obviously, individuals of the majority are single women saying they're sitting with a dilemma. Do they resign from their jobs, take their pension and pay off their debt that obviously some of them want 60% of their salaries, some call center manager didn't receive any income for the 3 months, the pension is in an annuity fund, or is there a way they can access their pension, which I must say that bill is before Parliament. And because, as you rightfully pointed out, a lot of the lockdown has exposed the majority of our people suffering and battling during this lockdown has been poor people, which the majority is obviously Black, and women, single women, women in particular. And would the Commission consider obviously looking at that bill and make input into that bill to ensure that the women get best value out of the bill, and so they don't resign from the jobs, take their pension, become unemployed, and obviously will become another statistic in the future, as opposed to accessing the pension, get themselves out of the temporary economic downturn that we are, and become more economically active once the economy starts picking up. And from that perspective, that I'm keen to see the Commission for Gender make serious input into that bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Makamba Bocha. And then after Honourable Makamba Bocha, I'm informed that Honourable Bosman and Honourable Marie also have their hands up, and Honourable Maseko in front of me in the chamber. So if the next four speakers can also ask the respective Smolanyana questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My question is, since the ECGE is exercising a monitoring oversight to government institutions, does it constitute, does the what you call the performance appraisal scorecard constitute different appraisals on the scorecard? And if that's the case, can we then be provided with a copy of the scorecard that illustrate what the ECGE department is using as a means and a way of monitoring those specific departments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bosman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I just wanted to ask from the Gender Commission whether they make input onto draft legislation that's published just as all other organizations do, or whether departments approach them separately, specifically to discuss the financial implications of certain pieces of legislation. I'm very grateful that they made comments on the social assistance amendment bill that was recently with the Standing Committee on Social Development, but I didn't see specific comments on the financial implications, and specifically also some of the projections that Treasury does. My question would be sort of how did they participate? Is it just as a normal organization, or is there a special sort of forum? Do they sit in any of those technical forums, etc.?
Thank you, Honourable Marais. Honourable Marais, if you can just unmute yourself.
I'm trying.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very interested in this subject, Madam Speaker. That is why I pose this question. We talk of all sorts of ways, gender responsive budgeting. We realize, of course, that the province is helpless in this regard because the Treasury, National Treasury, decides how much we are going to get money from national government. So I want to put this on the table. Is it time that women, there should be tax reform, that women is put on a different tax scale than men? They are being paid less, yes, they are being paid less than men, but that is not sufficient qualification on the sliding scale. We've just been on a visit now to visit schools in Beaufort West, Mossel Bay, all over. The big thing is women, single women who have children, the children must travel by bus to school, which is not subsidized. You talk about gender responsive budgeting. They're the women's children who do not have any other income but their own meager income. Should that be part of a policy, not only of tax reform for women to be taxed in a different scale, but also that single women qualify for social, and that children must be given subsidized passes to travel with transport to their schools. This is the way you help women. Most of the time it's going to be financial. Now, I didn't hear any solutions. I only hear it must be gender responsive budgeting. But yes, it's fine. That is, let's give some meat to this gender responsive budgeting. Let's fill in the meat along the skeleton. I like the skeleton, but it's a bit thin. I want to see some meat on it. Any proposals how we can help the women?
Thank you, Honourable Marais, and I assure you as Budget Chair, I will ensure that we continue engaging with the various commissions in the future on the budget as well, in order for us to assist with putting the meat on the skeleton. I think that today it's because we gave them a particular amount of time to explain to us this particular topic that they may not necessarily have gone into their presentation in detail. Lastly, Honourable Maseko.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the members have covered my questions, but just one. I looked at the presentation. I mean, the research shows the past years. I think there's one up to 2016. And I think that after listening to the Financial and Fiscal Commission, they were talking about the issue of the cost price of the service. Now, doing the research and considering the year of the research, how long ago, already we are on the 4th industrial revolution. And we are talking about the Commission of Gender Equality, making sure that the women also are included in decision making. Does the CGE see us being at a par with the decision makers, sitting on the tables with the decision makers, being women and men taking those decisions? If we are lagging behind with the research that they are doing to fast track us to be on those tables, because always when we get the report, it's based on the years ago, but the world is changing quickly than the research as it comes. When are we going to be at par with what is happening for the gender, for the Commission of Gender Equality to be there, to give the recommendations in all the departments to say that this is what is needed? Are we seeing that happening in the near future, or are we going to be always 5 years behind? It's my worry in how we are being prioritized in decision making and also not contributing for the recommendations, because that means the Commission is giving the recommendations of the years behind. So can we get an indication that is there a time that is going to be fast-tracked, that the recommendations are going to talk with what is happening now and not choose just one topic that they will prioritize that and leave the others? Because all the time, that means we won't be part of making the roads, we'll be working on the roads that have been made by men. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, please can I just ask for clarity? Chair, can I ask for clarity from Honourable Maseko on which report she's referring to that was 5 years behind? Which report? I'm not clear.
No problem, Honourable Malek.
Okay, so there is a research. Let me look on the slide. There is something that it was the research that was talked about, like on the gender and development. The World Development Report is of 2012. And maybe on yours, sorry, just a little bit. There is something that talked about 1996 to 2016. So I'm just making an example that if we go back, you will always see that the record that is there is the report of the past years. You will never get the 2 years or 3 years to say how far are we in catching up as the gender equality that we have to. Just a minute, I will. If maybe one of the members can help me.
It's fine.
You found it?
I think
okay,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's not the whole report, it's an indice that you're referring to. Thank you. Xolile, I will allow you to go first. I think they've touched on the gender and development citation. I think it also deals with the issue of source, but I think you can explain that. I'll allow Skolile to answer, then I'll answer the other questions. Skolile is the provincial manager who presented first, and she can also assist with some of the questions that she wants to input, and then I'll come in after her. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to just respond on something. So the citations are basically on research work that we've done, but that doesn't mean fast track to 2020, for example, the citation is no longer relevant. The citation is still relevant. When we go back to the example that Honorable has made around the research that was done between 1996 and 2016, that was the 20 years review of all the budgets in the Free State. So I was giving an example of how the Western Cape can actually start doing its own review and see whether we've been gender responsive. So for example, if we do it and fast track 5 years of democracy, for example, that could give us a better updated picture of whether the funds in the Western Cape have been utilized in a gender responsive manner. So that was simply an example. But when it comes to live research or updated research by the CGE, so the CGE works in two ways. The CGE does monitoring research, which means we go back into how things have been implemented. But we also do what is called trends research, which is something that is happening now, and we want to inform the public and legislators and policymakers. So we have both types of research, and our research is always on the point and updated. As Commissioner Moleko has said earlier on, that when it comes to what has happened during COVID, we are currently finalizing the real stats and the real life information of how gender-based violence happened and what were the gaps and what were the challenges, what were the successes, and what can the states do more going forward. So that is the nature of how you should understand the role of the CGE. We do post-research, but we also do trends research going forward. I'm afraid I will have to leave because I'm going to another meeting now, but I'm very happy to engage with the committee going forward, particularly on the technicalities of gender responsive budgeting. And thank you for affording me the audience, and I will leave the other questions to the Commissioner. Thank you.
Thanks, Colette. Before you leave, I just want us to deal with the Honourable Mackenzie's input to say, can we have a process that looks at making input to the Pension Fund Amendment Bill? I think as a province, then we could maybe look at that. What I would ask is that we just be given the necessary information from either Wasima or the relevant party, and then we can engage directly with the relevant personnel. Scholly, if you could just be aware of it. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, there's one thing I just wanted to highlight in relation to the question of the Honourable Mackenzie. The CGE has looked into the pensions fund, but we have used the experiences of widowed women who have come to the CGE from various provinces, saying that they have issues with how the pension fund is currently framed and how they get double taxed when they are looking for, when they are currently earning and the spouse has passed. So there is work that is done by our legal department on pensions fund. What I could simply do is to then maybe, if you allow us the opportunity, I will then bring on board the legal department and the person responsible for looking into pensions fund so that we integrate your concerns into the work that we are already doing. If that is allowed, I can organize for that. And it's done by our national office because it's for the whole country. Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria. Thank you. Honourable Mackenzie, just to add to that, if there is a scope increase, which there likely will be because that deal with estates. So what Skolle is mentioning is that upon the partner deceased, how they type the estate, some of the issues around the tax burden lie with the widow, the SARS take massive amount of monies, and how the disbursement occurs sometimes is problematic for the widow. So the entry point of CGE is on that part that says that there's inequality here and it must be responded to, but it may be only a specific scope, but the pension fund bill amendment might be much broader, which may require us to look at the entire scope, which is not currently in some of the estate-related issues. But I think that, yes, we are keen to enter, and then let's engage in terms of timeframes and what are the deadlines for the inputs, and then we look at the legal unit nationally assisting us in that regard. Honorable Makamba Botya, we have what we've developed. When I started at CGE, one of my questions to the institution was, how do you measure impact of what you're doing? If someone asks you now, what have you been doing for the last 20 years? How do you measure the impact? And we've been having this internal discussion to say, yes, we are advocating. Yes, we are trying to drive coordination and all these other salient terms that are not necessarily measurable. And I'm very strong to say, what are the measurable indicators? So what we've done internally now, for the first time, we have in this financial year adopted what we call a monitoring framework. You can call it a performance appraisal scorecard or whatever you want. But what we've done now is to look at backwards to say, you've done 50 reports. Who's done anything about those reports? Who's done anything about the recommendations you made, if anything at all? And what are the measurable indicators that you can cite to say, because of your intervention, this is what's happened? And so we are in a work in progress there. So this is the first quarter they've reported on this monitoring framework as an institution. We're now looking at that. I chair the strategic planning committee in CGE, and I'm very hard and tough on the staff to say we need to improve our efficacy in this regard so that we can change our outcomes. And I'm driving it from a measurable indicator. So that is an internal document that we're using. We do account to Parliament quarterly, and I'm sure that as a case in point going forward in the next quarter, because of some of the work we would have done, we'll be able to give some account on that. And our documents are public. So all of our APP reports, quarterly reports, they are documented in Parliament. We report quarterly financially and also in terms of measurable indicators aligned to our APP targets. So those are accessible, from the national office. Honourable Bosman, do we make inputs into draft legislation? Are we approached? No, it's our mandate. We look at, so there's a flurry of legislation that comes into the institution. We would then look at we had a parliamentary liaison manager or interperson who was based in Cape Town. They did leave the organization, but that vacancy is now in the national office. So it looks specifically at legislation, and we in ourselves take it upon ourselves to look at bills and look at inputs into bills. The second part of your question is there financial assistance that we look at? It obviously depends on the specific bill in mind. In this regard that you spoke about, the Social Assistance Amendment Bill, whether we have made inputs on the financial assistance required and whether we should do this in every bill, I think it's as and when required by the specific bill or the amendment proposed. So I think I can't answer from an aggregate perspective on that, but I think it's a good point to say, if you want us to look at specific bills at a provincial level, you can call us. We have a legal unit that does look at bills and a parliamentary liaison person who is sitting in assisting at the national level, trying to advise. We don't do every bill and every piece of legislation. We have to focus on those that will have a kind of a more of an impact, a greater impact in this regard. But I think please contact us if you do need further inputs and assistance. Honourable Marais, thank you. I'm very happy to hear that you were happy with some of the inputs and that the skeleton now needs meat. I'm happy that you've agreed that there is a skeleton, you've acknowledged, and we have done a lot to get that part, and I'm very excited. I think you are right to say, let's then come with the solutions to say what needs to be done. Okay, that's another discussion. And then we can look at all the reports and some of the recommendations we make in various reports and other bills in terms of the solutions. But I totally agree with you that we need to be very much solution-based and coming with solutions, because we are very problematizing. We like problematizing. And I also agree with you that we must come with solutions. I think Honourable Maseko was answered, and I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maleko. And thank you so much to your team at the Gender Commission for your presentation and for answering all of our questions. I'm hoping that this workshop today will be one of many engagements that we will have with the Gender Commission, and that our relationship will strengthen. And thank you also for giving us advice on how we can approach in terms of the legal units within your commission as well. And colleagues, those who are online, I hope that in between everything you did have your coffee and your tea and your biscuit. Those of us in the chamber have not had a physical break yet, so I'm going to request that we now break until 2:45, especially since the next presentation is only 7 slides. So at 2:45, we will be returning with the Western Cape Provincial Parliament's Research Office to speak to us on budgeting research and how they go about on doing that particular budgeting research. But colleagues, thank you for staying online and being patient with the fact that we ran over time in that session. But I do think that many members were quite excited by having the Gender Commission here with us today and had many questions. Thank you so much. We are now suspended until 2:45. Office on budget research and how they approach that particular process. The presenter is Mr. Babu. Mr. Babu, will you be presenting or will someone from your team be presenting?
Afternoon, Chair. I will be presenting. I'm going to upload the presentation. Just need confirmation that you can see it.
Not yet.
Is the presentation appearing? Not yet.
Not yet, Mr. Babu.
Okay, let me try one more time. Wasima, would you mind loading it from your side?
Ms. Kluter has indicated she can load it for us quickly. So we'll just wait for that.
Okay, I think maybe it's coming up now.
Yes, thank you. And if we can just put it in presentation mode, please.
Cool. Can I start, Chair?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay, afternoon, Chair, members, colleagues. This presentation, I think it was quite ideal that the Commission for Gender Equality presented prior to this particular presentation. I think that one of the things that I'd like to kind of follow on from where the Commission left off is that they impressed on us the importance to be able to review and assess the policy impact. And in this regard, they also continue to highlight the importance and the need for credible data. This particular presentation is probably less conceptual than the two earlier presentations. But what it does is to start sharing a more practical response that has been adopted by the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Services to address particularly and specifically the type of questions that the Commission had raised earlier. And we have attempted to do this in a very systematic manner. And using evidence-based to inform evidence-based decision making. As we go along, you will probably notice that our approach requires some refinement. But I think for now, let me start by saying that that Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Services offers various research support to a number of committees. Our current staffing capacity is quite limited when compared to the other legislatures, where generally one would find one researcher servicing one or two committees. In our respect, we have one researcher servicing an entire cluster. The researchers generally perform all the work in terms of collating information, drafting the reports, and the senior researcher is responsible for editing and reviewing reports, ensuring that the data used is consistent, is credible data, and that the input of the report is consistent with and supported by the data. We also now currently have a digital information officer who is formerly known as the librarian, who is also assisting in terms of accessing information. Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Services generally offers 4 categories or types of support. The first, which is reactive research, is always given priority, and these are requests directly from committees or individual members dealing with specific portfolios or specific issues which that specific committee at a particular point in time is addressing. Proactive research is generally research which we identify and its thematic issues where we deem it important that a specific cluster obtains more detailed information on a pressing issue. An example provided here is youth unemployment and skills development, in particular whether it allows a pathway for excuse me, for employment opportunities. The third type of research is institutional research, and this is also fairly new component, and it is research support specifically provided for EXCO and for administrative matters. Finally, it's the cyclical research, and this in particular is the research that we are going to focus on during this presentation. And it's the research that is aligned to the parliamentary budgetary process. And the focus of this research essentially is to focus on how provincial departments contribute to realization of provincial strategic objectives. And as I mentioned earlier at the outset, this is our attempt in terms of accessing, understanding what the kind of the policy impact is having via the implementation of specific interventions, and in this regard, it's departmental programs and sub-programs. So why do we perform cyclical research? And before we answer that, I think one of the key assumptions we have adopted is that programs and sub-programs of departments are the practical implementation of government policy. And they are specifically designed and resources are allocated to them because they are deemed to attain certain developmental objectives. And I think that was probably one of the kind of highlights of the earlier presentation, where the focus was on gender equality and empowering women in particular. We are much broader in our focus in that it's not only in terms of a particular focus like gender empowerment. We are also looking at other key developmental objectives like skills development, food security, etc. So given that programs and sub-programs are the practical implementation of government policy, it's therefore important for legislatures and committees in particular, standing committees, having oversight over these government departments to establish whether these interventions are fit for purpose. We currently have a situation where interventions or programs are implemented year in and year out, and yet there is no proper monitoring done in terms of determining whether these particular programs or sub-programs are actually achieving the intended outcomes. Part of this is also important to know is to whether these programs and sub-programs are receiving adequate funding to realize the intended outcomes. So essentially, the two key assumptions for us is that government policy is implemented via departmental programs and sub-programs, and it's key to establish whether they are fit for purpose and are designed and implemented in a manner that they attain the intended outcomes. So the aim of our cyclical research essentially is to provide insights into the departmental performance and provide this information to various standing committees. And we do this by systematically collating information on departmental performance and the expenditure patterns. We then present this information in a very structured and consistent manner. And I'll later, in the later slide, I'll provide an example of how we display that particular information. And the rationale is that when you approach the research in this particular manner, it enables a comparative review and analysis of both performance and expenditure during and over the course of a parliamentary term. So we can then look over a particular financial year or over an entire parliamentary term to establish whether the provincial strategic plan, those desired impacts, the planned outcomes to what extent have they been achieved, and at what cost has this been achieved. Finally, and this is more on an annual basis, is where we highlight significant variances between planned and actual performance. And it's something also which is quite helpful at the end of a parliamentary term, in actually, because having more longitudinal data to establish whether interventions in the form of programs and sub-programs, whether they are fit for purpose. So our brief for this particular workshop was kind of what specifically or how can we support the budget committee in terms of budgetary processes. And I think it's important at the outset is to highlight that we as WCPP Research Services do not have specialized or expert research capacity where we are able to look at policy fiscal frameworks or the structure and composition of the provincial budget. I think even if we did have that particular expertise or within our legislature, one of the key constraints is that if you look at our parliamentary program, is that both the main appropriation bill and the adjustment appropriation bill are tabled and completed within 1 month. So it would be quite a daunting task to engage within such a short period of time, and which is one of the reasons we have not at this point in time endeavored to have a more focused approach looking at budgets. In terms of the work we do, I think it's important to highlight at what stage we generate reports looking at departmental interventions, specifically the programs and sub-programs. And I think importantly to highlight here so as far as possible, we are aligned to the parliamentary budgetary process. I think what this particular timeline highlights, and I think it's something we as the research services find quite challenging, is that if you look at year 0, there's approval of the budget, the votes, and the APPs, and over a number of quarters, departments would submit performance reports. However, I think an important matter to highlight in terms of is that the year 1 annual report is only dealt with in 6 months into year 2. And at this point, the budget, the votes, and the APPs for year 2 have been approved 6 months earlier. So I think it's important that we start to think creatively how we synchronize the support we provide the budget committee and other standing committees when they are exercising oversight over performance and budget information. The Gender Commission highlighted earlier the need for credible data. What this particular timeline demonstrates is that there is a significant lag in terms, so even if we are able to collect credible data, is the time lag between having access to that data to influence allocation of budgets, to reconfigure interventions in the form of programs and sub-programs. So there is some creative solution required here. At this moment in time, I think what we are currently doing is essentially only providing cyclical research reports during Q1 and Q3 of each year, because that is when we have access to completed and approved information with regard to planned expenditure patterns and performance information. I think also, again, what this highlights is, again, that what we should also continue to bear in mind that the tabling of the budget and the adjustment to the budget are also completed within 1 year. So again, this timeline demonstrates the challenge one has in terms of synchronization of reviewing and analyzing data in order to influence or shape budgetary allocations and reconfigure programs. I think so importantly is how do we conduct cyclical research? And as I mentioned earlier, our key focus is to focus on government interventions. And in particular, our focus is to understand how they help to realize provincial strategic objectives and priorities. Currently, the provincial strategic plan refers to them as vision-inspired priorities. There are currently 5: safe and cohesive communities, 2, growth and jobs, 3, empowering people, 4, mobility and spatial transformation, and finally, innovation and culture. So what our researchers essentially do is they unpack the provincial strategic plan, specifically looking at the vision-inspired priorities, looking at what performance indicators have been outlined at the provincial level, what are the desired outcomes and impact, and then looking at what departments have planned and reported on in the APPs. We then try to align departmental interventions and to understand the linkage between those interventions and what the province is achieving. What this essentially also allows us is to then understand what are the key programs and sub-programs that need to be tracked and monitored and data collated throughout the parliamentary term. We then capture that performance data and in a very structured format, and I will show an example now. During and over the 5-year term, we look at those linkages, determine what is the strength, is it a tenuous linkage in that the intervention, although the narrative of the program or sub-program says that it makes a significant contribution, but when one looks at the allocation of the budget, when you look at the type of outputs that are envisaged, it is quite unlikely that that intervention will make a significant contribution to a particular provincial strategic priority. I think importantly then also is to mention the research methodologies that we have adopted. We use theories of change to understand the potential of an intervention to have the desired or the effect on the in helping to realize the desired impact or desired outcome. What is the catalyst within that intervention that will drive that transformation? We use alternative sources like the Census and General Household Survey, and this is to avoid the over-reliance on information from departments. Access to information and credible information is a challenge, but essentially we can't rely on obtaining information from the very source that we are exercising oversight on. And so using these alternative and very credible databases, we are able to then assess both the need for an intervention and the effectiveness of the implementation. Finally, and it's something we are in the process of procuring, is infographic software. And once you see the example I'm going to show now, you'll understand the need for this particular software. And the idea is to present information to standing committees in a very concise way, where we illustrate these linkages and funding allocation to particular interventions in a very succinct manner, in a very easily understandable manner. And so we're hoping probably before the end of this financial year to have access to that type of software. Our researchers have had training with Stats SA. We've also been granted access to some of their databases. So as I've mentioned earlier, there's continuous refinement and improvement, and it is work in progress. This is an example of how we typically would display that information to allow standing committees to understand how a particular program or sub-program contributes and supports the realization of a provincial strategic priority. So in this regard, the strategic priority is jobs and growth. The focus area is investment facilitation and promotion. In the provincial strategic plan, they have identified outcome indicators as the growth rate in the province, the rate of employment growth. However, and something we need to, which will be quite challenging going forward, is that this particular provincial strategic plan, compared to the previous 5-year plan, has not included specific 2024 targets. So we need to think creatively how we will determine at the end of this particular parliamentary term, to what extent these outcomes have been achieved. So if you allow me, what I'll explain here quickly is at the bottom of the table, we then identify particular interventions which the Department of Economic Development and Tourism have designed, and we look at those particular outcomes, outputs, and then link them to the VIP, and we look at the particular target that is identified. And just in a nutshell, what this enables us or allows us is to identify what are the key interventions within the Department for Economic Development and Tourism that need to be monitored on a continuous basis over the parliamentary term, because it makes a significant contribution to the provincial strategic priority of creating jobs, of enabling growth. We also capture the percentage of the budget, and this ought to provide some kind of gauge of the relative importance that the department is affording to this particular intervention. And 8% of the budget compared to 1% is a significant difference. And in this regard, one can see the Department of Economic Development are focusing or emphasizing the need for enterprise development to help achieve the planned growth rates and rate of employment. It's also mentioned in the VIP that enabling private, stimulating entrepreneurship is one of the key catalysts that the department regards as giving effect or realizing improved economic growth rates and giving rise to improved employment opportunities. At this stage, Chair, I would like to share a particular new format that we've adopted.
You may go ahead, Mr. Babu.
Okay, so Chair, can you see the Excel spreadsheet?
Mr. Babu, I can. However, I must admit, not even my glasses is going to be able to assist me in seeing that far.
Okay, so I just want to make a quick point in this regard. So what we've done is Chair, can you see now?
Yes, we are able to see, for example, the headlines, and I can more or less see the little blocks at number 4, 5, and 6 underneath.
Okay, so unfortunately, this is the reason we are busy procuring the infographic software. And basically what I'm trying to highlight here is that we are also trying to factor in the transversal nature of achieving provincial strategic objectives. And so there are various departments who all contribute to a particular key objective or strategic objective. And what we've done using this Excel format is to identify what various departments, looking at their particular interventions. And so in this regard, we've included, we're looking at community safety, the desired impact here is increased social cohesion and safety in public spaces. We've then looked at various departments and identified which interventions, as even with environmental affairs and development planning, education, and then kind of having a transversal view of how interventions of various departments contribute to a specific provincial priority. And this essentially is something which we've only started doing. And as you can see, the format is unwieldy. It's not easy to present and discuss. And once we have access to better software, we will start sharing this with all the relevant standing committees. There's one additional kind of that I need to highlight here, and unfortunately this happens often on Teams, is that when, particularly with Excel, that it freezes, and so that's my predicament now. But
Mr. Babu, if it's
yes.
okay with you, because the Excel is quite big, and even if you move it, we might lose sight of the headings that it's underneath. So my advice is that once you have completed the document, or once you've indicated that you needed some extra software of some sort, that you then forward the budget committee then the final product, as well as then forward the relevant committees, perhaps their particular sections that you feel impact on them then. That might be easier rather than it freezing every two minutes on the MS Team platform.
Noted, Chair, and thank you for that. Can you see my presentation again?
Yes, we are able to. Thank you.
Okay, so again, the cyclical research essentially is the only category or type of support that is currently aligned to the parliamentary budgetary process. I think important to mention that we do not have the capacity and expertise to conduct research on the fiscal framework, structure and composition of provincial budgets and money bills. And to end off is that we have a much more micro focus in focusing on interventions at the level where it is intended to have the transformative effect on the citizens of the Western Cape. And the idea is to collect credible data presented to standing committees to demonstrate whether interventions are fit for purpose, whether those particular interventions are adequately funded, and whether they should be continued to receive funding from the fiscus given that it's not having the desired or able to achieve the desired outcomes as outlined in our provincial strategic plan. So, Chair, that's where I want to stop, and then I'm going to hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. Members, are there any questions? I see Honourable Marie's hand. Are there any other hands? If none, then Honourable Marie, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. You know, and I'm not being funny when I say this, but what you are giving us is statistics. And there's always this light-hearted comment, you get lies, damn lies, and then you get statistics. Now, to what extent does your research, which I'm sure is thorough, influence policy decisions? Or is your research papers on these and stats gathering dust on shelves? Is policy criticism of policies part of your jobs, or do you just put facts and figures before the parties and before ministers without criticizing part performances? Because when you do research, it's to improve policy, to base it on factual findings. I'd like to know, is your research made public ever? Or is your research a secret document to which the public don't have access? And then you say, do you research the efficacy of current policies followed? And you say that budget and the APPs are approved 6 months earlier. And it focuses on government interventions. Now, let me give you a typical example. I consider the agricultural portfolio one of the worst managed in the Western Cape. If I look at places we visited, like Vaikraal and those, Malistane, Zouar and them, we have appointed Casidra as the body that will implement our agricultural policy of empowering emerging farmers. I would very much like to know, if you did research on that, what was your findings on how efficient they were? What does your report say? How prepared are South African households generally for the fourth industrial revolution, which seems to be the pet child of Premier Windy? He always speaks about it. How prepared are we as a communities, various communities, for the fourth industrial revolution? Or is that just an idea for the very wealthy and rich who's trained in it and has the equipment at home to deal with it? And lastly, GDP growth in the Western Cape. How does that form part of your function? If GDP really is something that is going to be determined at national level, because economic policy cannot be formulated in provinces. It's something that comes from the top. We can't have our own economic policy. So I just want to know GDP. Why do you do research in GDP? To whom do you report on those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Marie. Mr. Babu, if you could take those questions, because I don't see any other hands. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Member Marie, for those questions. I think what those questions generally kind of highlight is the importance to understand the role of a research unit within a legislature. I think it's important to note that we have to be non-partisan, and our focus is primarily on providing support to standing committees. Our basic assumption is that the policy, particularly that the policy captured in the provincial strategic plan, that the executive have applied their mind. They have decided on a set of priorities and a set of interventions of how that particular priorities will be achieved. Our role in that regard, and as reflected in our cyclical research, is to monitor, track, and report on the progress in achieving those policy objectives, and to report on the impact of the policy. The prerogative for policy, for influencing policy, would be with the standing committee, would be with members. Once they are able to peruse those reports that we provide them, they need to determine whether interventions are fit for purpose and engage the executive on those particular policy matters. To answer Member Marais, as far as economic growth rates are concerned and the agricultural portfolio and the fourth industrial revolution, these are matters that we encounter. We have a very limited capacity. We would love to do it as part of our proactive research. As I mentioned at the outset, we have a small staff capacity compared to other legislatures where one researcher services one or two standing committees. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of that type of staff capacity or resources. So we have to use our existing and available capacity as optimally as we can. And in that regard, I've highlighted the categories and the type of research support that we provide. I hope that kind of, I haven't specifically answered some of the questions, but I hope that that response covers Member Marais. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Marais, since you were the only one with a question, do you have a follow-up that you would like to ask?
Chair, thank you. Yes, we need research. We need to base our decisions on proven policies, not only locally, but we live in a global society where we must learn from countries outside our own boundaries. I would like to know, first of all, before I say that, the fact that you didn't respond to certain things which I asked you also tells me that it could be a career ending for some people to answer it, and I understand why you don't answer it. But to what extent do you look at best practices overseas and make a comparative analysis of what we are busy doing that is failing and what is done in the outside world that had more positive results? Do we have such a report to show us in comparison with other countries who are experiencing similar challenges?
Thank you. Mr. Babu?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Member Marais. Yeah, we do have reports which we are more than happy to share with you. They are very focused, though, in terms of looking at skills development, at the alternative energy sources, and even amendment of money bills. So we do have reports that look at best practice in doing comparative analysis and reviews. They are generally very focused in terms of what they discuss and what the topic or issue is covered within that report, and they are directed by particular standing committees in terms of the scope of what the report includes. But we welcome to share as many of those reports that we have available with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babu, and I can say I can personally attest to have received research on behalf of committees from your office. Both Budget Committee and Finance previously have requested research and forwarded our research to our respective members. And I know there are other committees who have also previously requested research, committees that I've been part of or have been alternates on as well. Members, thank you so much for being with us today, and to the Western Cape Provincial Parliament Research Committee, Budget Research Office, apologies, for presenting to us today. I do hope that we're going to be able to have more of these type of workshops, perhaps not necessarily always in this particular format, but I would like to request that if there are any resolutions or requests for workshops that we should be hosting within the Budget Committee topic and portfolio, if we could please put those in written request to the procedural officer. And I would like to thank the FFC, the Gender Commission, the Research Office, our procedural officer. Thank you so much for today. It was today the first hybrid committee meeting, even though it was a workshop format. And while we have had logistical challenges today, we hope to learn from today and to improve upon these challenges between the online and the physical nature of meetings. Colleagues, are there anything urgent that you would like to raise at this moment? Because I would like to request that the resolutions then put in writing for future workshops. Okay, there are no hands at the moment. Colleagues, I will then assume that the resolutions will then be put in writing to our procedural officer. I would just like to ask our procedural officer to then maybe just give a deadline of a week. However, if it's ad hoc questions regarding possible workshops in the future, then those can obviously be sent in at any time, and we can then liaise with the programming committee if we need more time for different workshop dates. But colleagues, thank you so much for staying online the whole day with us, and thank you for being here, and thank you for being engaged and asking questions and being part of the learning process. With that, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.